Infinity. It's Wednesday night and it's Infinite Talk. It's the most amazing show on Wednesdays. And we've got Jedi Bunny in the house. Hi, Kelly.
Guys, hello everybody. I'm clapping.
We need some applause. Like we actually
I
need a
know.
sound effect.
I'm gonna get one of those things, the ones that Gary has, and put like the
soundboard or
the
something.
soundboards and stuff on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be great. How are you, John?
I'm doing good. Happy to be here. Happy to be chatting with Kelly again. So it's gonna be fun.
It's gonna be so fun, except what the hell's going on with your wall?
I've had it. I had comics on there for 2 years. You know, you just after a while, you just need a change. Plus, I want to be moving out of here by the end of the year, so it was a matter of just, might as well. If you want to do something, you got to take the steps, the preliminary steps in order to do it, rather than later on. So I just couldn't sleep one night. And I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to finally do it. Plus, I don't like, the only thing I do is the only time I'm on camera is for a live stream, so it's not like it's that necessary. But
I feel like it was so iconic. I don't know. Now I feel like it's just, I don't know if it's you. I'm like, is it you?
It's still me, Nina. It's still me. Believe it or not.
Oh, well, I'm so glad that you're here, John. Always happy to be hanging out with you on Wednesday nights. Kelly, I'm so happy you're here too. Tell everyone where they can find you, who you are, for those people that don't know.
I have a channel called Jedi Bunny on YouTube. That's pretty much the only place I reside online. I'm not very active anywhere else. You can find me there if you want to. I occasionally post content and then I run away. And so who knows what you're going to get. I might stream. I might post a video. I do have a video coming out soon.
Yay.
So that's good. It's on horror and how it can be comforting when executed the right way. So yeah, look out for that.
I was having this conversation with my husband the other night that it can totally be comforting to watch like horror movies with your significant other and then like hug them and stuff and like just like be there. And he was like, I'm not watching horror movies. Get out of here. And I was like, I can't watch it by myself. And,
I love like cozy horror is a term that I love. Like there's such a thing as cozy horror. And there are also elements of like when a horror film is done in a more existential way, it can actually kind of be cathartic, I think, for people to watch too. Like a lot of Mike Flanagan's works are really
Agree, Kelly, because I'm doing a stream on Sunday for Midnight Mass. Have you seen that?
I saw the show and I really enjoyed it. And I also saw that your live stream was coming up.
Do you want to come on and talk to us about it?
Yeah, on the weekend. Yeah. What time is it on? It's on
Sunday night. It's at Sunday night, 9 Eastern.
9 Eastern. I don't think I'll be around for that, but like I might be able to pop in and watch some of it, but I don't think I'd be able to be on.
Okay, no worries. I just wanted to throw it out there just in case you want to come talk about it.
It's so sweet.
I agree with you about Mike Flanagan stuff though, because it's like if he really makes you think, and that's the kind of horror I really like too, is like the stuff, the psychological stuff that makes you think, not like gore and just stab and
exactly.
That's pretty much it.
I think he really values his audience and assumes that his audience is like capable of working things out on a more intellectual, emotional level.
John, did you by any chance
nope.
see it yet? No,
nope.
You're still sticking.
I'll let you know.
You're still sticking to your Netflix.
It's like the third time she's asked me.
No, I asked you every week because I want to know what's going on with you and Netflix because your relationship.
I'm still not subscribed.
I'm so happy you say that because there's so much going on with Netflix right now, and that's a huge topic of conversation tonight.
You know what's creepy? I'm going to say this before we move on. I was trying to figure out who Mike Flanagan is. Of course, I know now, but as I'm typing it in, after you guys mention his name, it automatically shows up Flanagan. So I type in Mike, and it's like Flanagan. I'm like,
whoa.
Yeah.
Are you on Chrome?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
why.
probably why. It's all
They know.
connected.
They're listening to you. Well,
Oh, the AI is
that's
listening.
all. Exactly. Christine the Killer Car, thank you so much for the $5. Says eating Chinese food and watching Nina Infinity. Going to be great night. By the way, I have a job interview tomorrow. Wish me luck working with animals. Oh, yay.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Speaking of great horror, Christine, great adaptation of a Stephen King.
Ah,
Yeah.
that's
Very
pretty cool. I didn't even know that.
That cemetery.
Uh-huh.
I know Pet Cemetery. I know it.
But don't put these thoughts in Christine's mind before she goes to, apply for a job.
Oh my God, because you said Pet Cemetery and working with animals.
Her name is Christine the Killer Car, which is obviously a nod to Christine.
Oh, I thought it said killer cat. Okay.
Killer. That would work too. That would be like the counterpart to Cujo, I guess.
Oh my God. Well, Christine, good luck
Yes.
with your job interview. I love animals, and I'm sure you're gonna be fantastic. You're gonna kill it. Thank you. Thank you for your super chat. It's gonna be amazing. Let me know what happens. I hope that you get it, but let me know. Let me know what happens. Thank you, everybody in the chat. Please make sure you're smashing the like, sharing the stream, all that good stuff. Thank you for being here. Awesome ones here is saying Jade Talks. I don't know who that is. But okay. Hi, Teresa's here. Dude, you are what? No.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
I don't know what to say. There was a couple more super chats here. Let me just quickly get these. Fit for Cecil. Wow. For $2 says, let's do this. Hey, John, fit guy.
what's
Hey,
up?
Nina. Hey, Kelly. Hi. Hi,
I like the name.
I like it too. And the icon? My goodness.
Well, I was kind of alluding to that by the
Wow. Were you? Really? Okay.
Well, I like the name, Okay, maybe I think a little bit too far. Okay.
No, that meant you like fit for Cecil, not
What?
picture.
Well,
said
yeah,
fit for John. It would have been way more accurate.
It would have been way more obvious, right? Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah. Franklin Williams, thank you so much for the $1.99. Says the Hells Angels are officially here. Are they really? What? Hi, Hells Angels. Fit for Cecil for another $2 says smash the like button like Cecil smashes mine. Oh my gosh, that's really spicy. Thank you, Fit for Cecil.
Very spicy.
Nerd Cookies is here. Hi, Nerd Cookies.
Hey, what's up, Elaine?
Have you seen Dune yet, Elaine? I'm dying. Deranged Lunatic, aka DL, thank you so much for the $1.99. Says Nina, who's your hot friend? And I don't mean John.
Don't worry, I wouldn't have guessed me.
Kelly, this is Kelly. She's amazing. She's really kind, and she's a Jedi bunny, and she's got a cool channel. Her link is in the description, so if you haven't subbed, please do. What else? I don't know. You tell people. She does exercise videos. I know that.
I just did 2. I've done 2, and
I watched them.
Did you really? What did you think?
I loved it. I was like, I'm gonna get fit with Kelly.
Thank you. It's really more so about like not so much exercise, but just kind of moving and like getting into your body again, I guess, which is something that I'm really working on, especially the last couple of years with all the frenetic energy in the world. I just feel like it's really nice to take a more holistic approach and kind of reconnect body and mind and realize that we're in control. So I don't know, something just said, do it one day. So I just went out on a limb and did them, and they actually performed well for my channel. So I was happy with that.
Yay. That's it's because people miss you. So they're like, I don't care what you put out. Just put something out and I'll watch it. That's what happened to me. I was like, what? Kelly's got a new video? I'm watching this. 19K Fox is here. It says someone stole John's comics. Yeah, it was John.
Yeah, it was like a Jekyll and Hyde sort of thing. No, speaking of comics, though, I did get I got Ninja Blast in the mail today.
You did? Oh, yeah. Jay told me to hit you up and tell you that it's coming in the mail, and I was like, I'll tell him on Wednesday. And there they are. Hold on, let me blow you up there. Okay.
Yeah.
This is our friend Fatal J's comic books.
They look
I'm waiting for mine.
Yeah.
I can't wait. Have you read it yet?
I have. Yeah.
Was it good?
Pretty good. Yeah. Not bad.
Nice.
It's kind of a cliffhanger. Well, there is a cliffhanger, I should say. Yeah.
I hate that. Okay, great. Good to know. Great. Good to know. Thanks a lot, Fatal. Thanks a lot. 200 Watt Studios. Thank you so much for the $2. Says, hey guys, beautiful Nina and Kelly. John.
No offense taken, 200 Watt. No offense taken. I'll just write in my little black book here.
John's got a beautiful soul. Thank
you. That's like saying that you're, someone special, and bless your heart. You're special.
It's like how Az says it about George Molo. You've got a beautiful soul. Like that. It's not. No, it wasn't a slight.
I'll leave the awkward silence. That's fine.
I hate you. Okay. There we go. Just sub to your channel, Kelly.
Thank you. By the way, I am watching the chat and I see you guys, and I'm mentally saying hello to all of you, but I get really distracted focusing on more than one thing at a time. So I'm watching the chat. I see you guys. Thank you all for saying hello to me, and hello right back. You guys are awesome.
Kelly, you already have a marriage proposal here.
From Jay.
You're gonna need something there in the icon other than a letter. You're gonna need a ring. Yeah,
is that
you're
drunk
gonna need to be in person. So
more things.
It's drunk 3PO.
There's about a 10% chance. Yeah.
Oh my God. D-Man says John is our special friend. He is.
I don't need this. I don't need the abuse. All right. I've got other things to do.
Mark I.A. Hendricks for 5 says, I noticed the comics are off the wall. It's truly an end of an era. Lots of good times at the house. But
hold on. You skipped over Elvis's comment.
What? Wait.
Yeah. He says, hey, John, you beautiful man. Thank you, Elvis.
I thought I highlighted that. I didn't.
I don't think you did. I don't think you did. I think you only highlighted the comments that were anti John.
Anti your beautiful soul. Aw.
Yeah.
I highlighted this one. John is
yeah, that's kind of especially after what I said. I think D-Man, like, it's a kind of a backhanded compliment. It's not, you know what you're doing.
I don't know what I'm doing. Wait, yes, I do. You taught me everything I know.
To only highlight on the comments that benefit you.
Nerd Cookies for 2 says John is adorable. I like the name. There you go.
Well, thank you, Elaine.
Wait, why is she saying I like the name in quotes? Am I missing something?
And the winky face. I'm not going to read too deep into it. I'm just going to take it at face value.
I need more context.
Yeah, we could just move on.
Going back to the Cecil, the profile.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Oh, thank you, Kelly.
Yes,
thank you. Thank you so much, Kelly.
What will we do with that?
It was an inside joke from way back.
I know, from like 5 minutes ago, and I'm pulling a Joe Biden here.
That was me too. I was like, wait, what? What is this about? I need coffee. Okay. Steven, oh my God, I almost said Stephen Amell because I guess something is on my mind, but that's no. Stephen Yarnell, thank you so much for the $4.99. Said, what's up, everyone? Look at this class act panel tonight. Strong arm emoji.
What's up,
Nina, did you see the Bebop trailer? I did. Wow. What a shit show that's gonna be. I didn't hate the creative vibes of it. I don't know if they're actually gonna go. Did you guys see it? Did you guys see the Netflix what's it called? Trailer for Cowboy Bebop? Well, I liked it because it was kind of different. Like, it was very comic-y. Like, they had the comic book bar that's like separates the panels. So they kind of did like some really cool shots where they were moving that thing around and they would go from one frame to the other, and it was very creatively done in kind of like what was that movie? Scott Pilgrim style. Like it's kind of like really
Oh, okay.
like that kind of style. So I didn't mind it in the sense that it was creatively done. I don't know how well that's going to translate to like like the actual live action series that we're going to be watching. Like if that's even going to be part of it, because it's one thing to have like a 2-minute trailer be like that. And it's another thing to have like episodic, episodes that are going to be like that. So I don't know. I could tell you, I hated Faye. I was like, man, this chick's but I don't know. We'll find out. I'm going to hate watch that show for reals. It's
I'm
gonna happen.
watching the trailer right now.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Check
Wow.
it out. Tell me what you think. Fit for Cecil for another 2 says, "Hey John, if I didn't have Cecil, I'd go for you. Or wait, I'd go for you for show."
Oh,
There you go.
Well, thank you, Fit for Cecil. I appreciate that. I'm honored. I'm flattered.
Thank you, Kaylee, for dropping the links in the chat. I really appreciate that. Persian Scribe says, I hope we can get Kelly to do a Nina Turtle love sound tonight. Kelly, do you know what that's about?
Turtle, when giant tortoises make that sound, or any turtle, I guess, makes the sound when they like are mating.
Yes.
Oh, like it's kind of like a high pitched sound.
Yes. Yes.
There
you go.
Okay.
There you go. There you go. I hope
there's more to your side of the story.
So yeah, so what's going on is that on Infinite Hope, I told the story about how my friend told me that turtles, when turtles make love, they make a really funny sound and they go like, and I was like, what? Like, what are you talking about? And then I watched it on YouTube and I was like, I can't believe this is a real thing. And so I shared it with my audience because I mean, why not? That's hilarious. And there's this like really weird love on my channel for turtles. We all love turtles. So I was like, okay, this is great turtle content. And now it's become a thing. So people ask me to make turtle sex noises all the time, and whatever. It's fun.
It's a living.
That's amazing.
What he said. It's a living. Yeah, but you know what, Kelly, though? I would love to actually get you on Infinite Hope as well, because you are such a positive person. That's the one thing I know about you, is that you are so positive and you have such a like positive outlook on life. Like I love how you think about certain things, even when it's a negative situation. I think that you're one of those people who thinks like the cup you see the cup half full, and in that sense, I relate to you. So I would love to get you on that show.
I would absolutely love that. I love that you do that, because I think that's just what the world needs. And like, just to be completely honest, it's really challenging sometimes for me, because I tend to actually be more cynical and sometimes even nihilistic. So it's actually kind of like a practice that I'm constantly in, to try to see the best and try to assume the best in people, just because if I don't, I go down a very slippery slope of kind of assuming the worst and being cynical about life and people. And I just know I don't feel as empowered when I think that way. So I appreciate you saying that. And I do try to be positive. And I know a lot of people say that about me, so I love that. But I just want to be honest and upfront that it's definitely something that I work hard on.
I totally hear you, because I'm like that too, in a sense, because I mean, like, I want to be that positive person. And this is actually something I wanted to talk to you guys about. Like it wasn't a major topic, but now that you brought it up, I remembered that I really wanted to talk to you guys about it. Before I do, I'm gonna read this last one, and then I'll get the next super chats after. Nerd Cookies, thank you so much for the 2. Says, have you guys seen Starbolt? Hilarious. I don't know what that is. Do you guys know?
Yeah, I'm assuming it's like a parody of Star Trek or Star Wars, maybe.
I have no idea. Elaine, you don't have to super chat me, but just let me know what you're talking about, or send it to me on Twitter.
Okay.
What is it? Did you find it?
Yeah. So I guess there's a part 1, part 2, part 3. It's by Kyle Dunning. He does all these voice.
Oh, I love Kyle
yeah.
Dunning.
Yeah, maybe we can watch one at some point. I'll keep this up.
Yeah, please. Yes, let's watch that. Okay, so like this is what I was thinking. So the other day, I don't know if you guys heard, but Colin Powell passed away. And I woke up and I saw the news, and I was like, oh, okay, like, he passed away. And usually my reactions to stuff like that is like, oh, that's too bad, rest in peace and whatnot. But with this one, it wasn't quite like that. My initial like instinctive reaction was, thank God, bye. And I was kind of like, I'm not a fan, so I was kind of like,
Wait, you're not a fan of Colin Powell?
no.
I'm surprised. I mean,
How?
given some of the things that you've said about the GOP war machine and stuff, I just would have thought that you
thought I'd be crying.
Yeah, that this would have really tore you up, and you would have. All right, I'm gonna stop.
I did cry. They were tears of joy. It was just it was different for me, because I have such that passionate dislike towards him. And so I posted this thing, and there was it got a little bit, because at first I made fun of the situation, and I posted about it, and I was like, oh, like, who would have thought that, the WMDs that he was looking for was in the vax? Like, I was just kind of like joking around. And then it didn't sit well with certain people.
Yeah.
Well, this wouldn't be the first thing you tweeted that didn't get a positive response.
I know. And it wasn't the first time either, because I was like, whatever, F this dude. And it was just kind of like, it was just kind of this thing that happened a few times, and a couple of people like said like, hey, it's too soon. And somebody was like, hey, you got to respect the dead. And I was like, hey man, respect is earned, not given. But also, like, when I feel like someone in life is contributing more to life when they die than when they were alive, I don't feel like I should respect the dead. And I'm a huge superstitious person. I'm very superstitious. I do believe that like you can get haunted and all that kind of stuff. Like I'm a superstitious
So if we do see
person.
like a ghost of Colin Powell behind Nina,
yeah,
we'll know what happened.
I usually am very superstitious about that kind of stuff. But
He's like, what the hell are you doing here?
Yeah, I was like, you know what, whatever. Come get me, bro.
You're like, he's gonna be way too busy haunting so many other people out there who is,
the WMDs ain't in my house. It's okay, you ain't gonna find any. But it's just, but I didn't like that side of myself, Kelly. My point is, I didn't like that side of myself. I don't like that side of myself that comes out when I think about someone I really, really dislike, like, for example, Fauci. And I was telling this to John last week, that I hate him, and I hate him even more because he's caused me to hate someone that much.
Wow.
And that the way that I feel, that's cultivated that kind of hatred in me that I don't want to feed, because I forget which book it was, but I read this book a while ago, and it had to do with like psychology and how we're kind of like packs of wolves within ourselves, like in terms of like I'm gonna call them eyes, like the different personalities within us that are the different eyes, like one eye likes this, one eye doesn't like that kind of thing, and so on. So it's like, which wolf do you want to feed, right? Like, do you want to feed the negative wolf that's always really pessimistic and doesn't want to see the light side of things, or is a hateful person, and so on and so forth? Or you want to feed the positive aspect of yourself? And which wolf is the one that you want to feed and make the predominant personality that you have? And so I just kind of like, what I didn't like that I handled it like that when I found out that he died. But at the same time, I was like, well, what else does someone like that, who I believe this dude is a war criminal. I believe that he did a lot of heinous things when he was alive. So how, like, how does that translate to like,
Mm.
you know, us here and you know, witnessing this happen and kind of like how would you guys feel if somebody you really hated died and then you were like, well, I don't know, like do you think that everyone deserves respect nonetheless? Like it doesn't matter if you were a good person or a bad person if you died.
This is a phenomenal question with a lot of nuance in this topic, I think, because I think when you say so personally, I can't think of a single person that I would say I hate just because I don't like to think in those terms. I think there are certain ideologies, belief systems, and convictions that people hold that confront the belief systems that I hold. So if I were to say I hate someone, I think it would probably be because I felt affronted by whatever they were, the life they were living, that might in some way conflict with what I deem to be valuable or moral or more correct. But I also really try hard to straddle the line of not thinking that my perspective is correct all the time. I'm aware of my short-sightedness and my blind sides. I know I have many. So I think I also realize if I were to hate someone, that it would probably make me blind to a lot of things that they might have that might be valuable to see in them. So for your perspective, I think it's really cool that you're able to acknowledge what you hate about him, and that you have such a strong conviction in hating this person because you view them as a war criminal, which I think many people would share that same perspective based on, you know, historically events that have happened and things that he's contributed to. But there's also probably a large pool of people that think in one way or another they value what he's done. So it's really, for me, it's interesting to think of where is the objective reality, or is it straddling different lines where you're right and people that value him are also right, and people that say I don't care, just respect the dead, are also in their own way, maybe that's their value system, so for them that's valuable.
Yeah.
So it's like I said, it's so nuanced and it's so layered, and like we can take the same small event with Colin Powell and apply that to so many people throughout history.
Right. Like, I mean, like somebody mentioned Stalin.
Like Hitler.
Right, exactly.
And I was thinking that too, John. I actually did.
You know, when you think about like the worst possible, like what would be the one like justifiable person that, you know, like people would rejoice over him being dead, and like obviously nobody would have a problem with it. So it's like Hitler is definitely like the ultimate example of that, I would say, where it's like this guy is, now I don't think obviously Colin Powell isn't on the level of Hitler, but a lot of people wound up dead over some of the things and choices he made, which I think he was being pressured to make, but he was still a part of what happened. So, Stalin was another one that got brought up too.
But I agree with you, John, because I immediately thought of Hitler when I was having this discussion online with people about like respecting the dead or not, and I was like, nobody respects all dead people. Like who's sad about Hitler dying, or like, you know, Stalin, or you know, any of these people that are historical figures that were, you know, terrible. Mussolini. I mean, people hung that guy. Like, you know, like it was his own people
probably rejoicing in the streets, you know,
exactly.
when these people died, like because the people were so oppressed. And and it's weird because like now I understand where people get to that. Of course I understood before, but now even just when you're starting to feel like your rights are being, you know, and again, it's nowhere necessarily near, like we're not at the point where we're being forced to go, you know, where we're forced into a war or anything like that. But at the same time, like people are feeling a squeeze. Like people are like their livelihoods are not only being threatened, but taken away from them. And I could see where when people are like, yeah, let's bring out the guillotines and let's, have our own little French Revolution. I can understand. Like, I totally understand why. And I'm sure, it's like you look at the people that were rejoicing over, dictator like Mussolini or Stalin or Hitler, when they're finally dead. I think there is a I believe, like, yeah, we don't necessarily have to I think there comes a point where it's almost like too much mercy and too much of like, well, I wonder, like, almost like what's the term, like big hearts, small brain type liberal, almost liberal type thinking, kind of
very altruistic.
Yeah, it can just do more harm than good. Like, the reality is, like, these people killed, these people are responsible for so many people dead. Like, they don't deserve the
But aren't
same
those
amount of
issues-
respect.
Compassion.
Aren't those
Yeah.
issues systemic? The fact that people like that could rise to enough power to implement those changes in society and hurt the amount of people they hurt and killed. Wouldn't that be considered a systemic issue in the fact that we as a society allow over time, not us, not people like
Sure.
three of us here are the people in the chat, but as a whole, society is what nurtures what's allowed to happen. And the people that rise to power because of systemic issues that have been happening, psychological, societal, cultural issues for probably hundreds of years, if not thousands of years, building over time like a pressure cooker. It doesn't all happen in a vacuum. These people don't rise to power or take the actions they do in small, tiny steps that are inconceivable. They're just, it's so systemic. Systemic is the word that comes to mind the most because everything that's happening now is a systemic issue as well.
I think it's a little bit of a combination, Kelly, because I think it takes a certain level of psychopathy in order to get into that kind of thing anyway, like whether it's politics or whatever, that you would need a certain level of narcissism and sociopathy to be able to like even deal with the amount of crazy that you would be able to deal with on a daily basis. Having and wanting to get to a certain level, you have to let go of certain parts of yourself that would tell you, don't do that, your ethical, moral, whatever standings. Those things are subjective though, because the systemic part of what you're talking about, and I kind of went into this on the video that I uploaded about Nick Rekieta and Just Some Guy's argument, because they were talking about something about ethic versus morality versus those kind of things as well. But ethics and morality comes into play when you have, like you say, a systemic thing that you've built your ethics and morals around. So let's say if your system is totalitarian, communistic, or whatever you want to call it, your ethics and morals are going to be bound to those things. So like if you're going to be if you have a communistic society, then you can't expect other people to have ethics and moral standings of a not totalitarian society. You know what I'm saying? So like in that sense, it gets really complicated when you think to yourself, okay, we, like, for example, like you guys in the States, you live in a republic or a democracy, a republic / democracy, supposedly, where you're supposed to have a certain level of power. The people are supposed to have a certain level of power of what they decide, that translates into law later because they vote for these individuals who pass laws and so on and so forth. But then when they start to think that maybe my voice is not being heard, like, maybe whatever happened in the election, and so a certain percentage of people think that their voices are not being heard anymore. I don't know how much of a systemic thing that, like, do you know what I'm saying? I don't know if it's just a systemic thing. Like, it's like,
no, you're right. Absolutely. I think I just meant more in the historical context and also just in the scope of humanity, not necessarily even politics. I just mean, I'm thinking more along the lines of humans as animals, as primal creatures who really, our capacity is not godlike. At a certain point, we have limits to what we're able to comprehend and how we're able to govern ourselves. So I don't even mean in a political sense or even necessarily in a cultural sense.
You're
but
actually talking about more like an esoteric sense.
yeah,
in
much
that sense,
broader.
right?
Yeah, because I kind of look at like everything through history. Nothing really shocks me. Like right now, what's happening right now with people and the division and everything, nothing surprises me at all, because I think I'm so used to understanding that humans are going to be humans, and we're going to make choices that don't necessarily benefit the individual or the group, because we're living in conflict a lot of times already, just in one small singular life, let alone trying to get groups of people to govern themselves or be governed by a body. So
yeah, if you took this scenario, like somehow if you took it, you set it in like 1,000 years ago, you would have the same, I'm sure you'd have similar power dynamics going on. I mean, of course well, I guess what I'm saying is like, we've already seen it, you know, we've seen, and I think just naturally we're already kind of, you know, some people are more left brain, some people are more right brain, some people are more along the lines of like compassion and feeling. Some people are more heavy on logic and rationality. So it's like just that alone, just probably at birth, you know, like we're already going to be looking and seeing things, like everything differently. And I think to some extent, like there is obviously, I think there's positives in both, and in both sides of, you know, the you know, the empathetic, the feeling, you know, the person that is, you know, more about compassion and stuff, and seeing that side of things, seeing like the individual or what's, you know, that type of perspective is just as important as the person who is thinking, you know, in a much more logical, more like objective sense of things. And, you know, both are like necessary, I think, for society to probably function healthily, like, or, you know, in a healthy way. But I think just on that basis alone, like this is why you see such a separation in terms of like even politically, you know, Republican Democrats, is because, you know, you'll find that I just think how people are just naturally more like what they're inclined to or bent towards, their like natural bent of thinking. And again, it's not a criticism on anybody, but I do think the best thing we can try to do is probably like strengthen what is weak. So maybe some of us could use a little more compassion, and then some of us could use a little bit more of like
Logic
objective,
and
objective thinking, you know. And I think that's probably like the extreme like ideal. But, you know, no matter what, we're just going to see things differently, and that's just
and it used to be okay to see things differently, like, you know, have a conversation with someone, totally see things differently, like be on complete different ends of the spectrum, like in terms of how you agree with them, and still be able to be friends and still be able to, like, you know, talk to them the next day as if nothing has ever happened, and, you know, move on with your life. But right now I feel like we are in a really weird time in history where we literally have no like empathy about hearing other people out. Like a lot of people, not saying like obviously us or even the people in the chat, but a lot of people out there just don't have enough like patience. They don't have enough I don't know what I don't know what you want to call it, but everyone's just like just separated. And it's like, is that part of that systemic thing, that the divide and conquer, like, is that working?
I think a lot of it is also people I notice in myself, I have a smaller capacity for hearing and seeing other people's experiences when I'm not exposing myself to those experiences regularly. So if I think someone's experience is so different than mine, I have to challenge myself to understand that their experience is different than mine, and that their perspective is different than mine, and that they might be perfectly rational or perfectly compassionate. They might just not line up. But I think systemically, we're in a system right now where, because of social media and mass media and like the combination of those two together, it's pushing people into the most separate pipelines possible. So like if you have someone that only listens to like uber Christian religious stuff, or someone that only listens to hyper atheist objectivism, like other stuff, they're never going to be able to have an actual conversation anymore, because they're only exposing themselves to those ideas and those ideologies and the people that think like they do. So their capacity, without even realizing it, our capacity shrinks to the point where we don't even want to have a conversation with a stranger anymore. Where it used to be a public square, you go have a conversation with someone that lives, have a conversation with a Stoist or have a conversation with a Buddhist. But now it's like, oh gosh, heaven forbid I meet someone that even has a slightly different way of viewing things than I do.
Well, I think I think you make a lot of great points. And I think there's a lot of like assumptions already preloaded and made, when it comes to, we typically have those like assumptions that, this person who thinks differently than me, I've already got A, B, C, I already know how they think. I already know who they am, which in reality, it's like, you don't like, we really have no idea what, it's so easy to think, it's funny how we can give so much like leeway to like, we'll give so much leeway to ourselves. And I'm just speaking like collectively. Right. But as far as like somebody else, it's like, we know ourselves to be extremely complex human being, but we can have that tendency to treat other people like they're just as thick as like a cardboard cutout.
Yeah.
And in reality, like their experience is just as complex and there's a lot going on there, just like there's a lot going on. Nobody's walked a mile in your shoes and you haven't walked a mile in their shoes, and you don't really know exactly what exactly is going on like up there in here. And so but I think that's a tendency where it's like people, especially on social media, because like social media doesn't really foster any conversations. But I guess I would argue or bring up the question, like, were these conversations really happening before social media, or does social media like provide this atmosphere where we can actually talk about some of these things and not necessarily fear like the repercussion of somebody getting in an argument with us personally, but it's over like we've got this nice screen of protection,
I don't know. That's a good question, John. I personally think that in terms of like whether social media has fostered this more or less, I think it's like a double-edged sword, right? Because the social media has helped a lot of people like get connected. Like for example, when social media first started, because I moved from Iran when I was very young. I lost connection with friends, family, whatever, right? Like all of my friends and family in Iran, I had lost connections with until Facebook started. And then when Facebook started, like, I started looking up, like, from memory, like my friends. And then I was like, oh my God, like there they are, and then we were just a click away and we could talk again. And it was like this wonderful thing that brought people together, especially like families who were, completely separated over for years. So in a sense, like it brought a lot of people together, but at the same time, the way it started to be used and the way that it started to kind of, I guess when it became more systematic, the way like Kelly's saying, like the more Big Brother started to realize how to use this to their advantage, that's when we started to kind of get screwed. Because I feel like it's like there's goods and bads and everything. And I think that people were having these conversations in real life more often than not before social media. I think that like a lot of families would get together and have these conversations, and like, you know, once in a while, like, you know, once every month they would go to grandma's house or whatever, like, you know, have all these
Well,
conversations.
are they conversations in terms of like, you know, a debate, or are, you know, are there conflicting ideals, or is it in a sense like another echo? You know, is it, and not to say like, not to say talking with somebody about, you know, having the same perspective is bad or anything. But like, obviously if you share the same perspective, then there's not going to be an exchange of like new ideas. It's just going to be the same ideas recycled or
like an echo
pair.
chamber.
Yeah. Just over and over again. And so, you know, but I think naturally human beings, like, there are, you know, some of
I
us.
think even when we agree, we kind of disagree at some points. I mean, look at you and I. We agree on a lot of stuff, but then we disagree on some things too. Like, it's not like, you know, because we're not all clones of each other, especially families. Like, you know, like,
no, that's true.
They'll be like, oh yeah, we agree, but until we don't. And then when they don't agree, it gets really ugly because people are close. When you're close and you love someone, and then they like totally disappoint you because you think, oh, I think that this person, you know, thinks this way, you know, because they have to think this way because I love them, right? And then they don't, and then you're like, oh shit, like, do I love them now? I don't know.
Well, I know. I think like, is there room to like, do kids necessarily feel like they have the room to disagree, you know, with mom or dad?
Depends. Yeah, I think
depends on the family dynamic, right?
Yeah,
Like,
depends on the kid. Depends. Yeah, exactly. Depends on the family dynamic. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, is disagreeing with mom or dad like even acceptable in some cases, and perhaps in some cases, like, they're not going to say like you can't, but you know, if the kid is thinking in terms of like maybe their best interests, they might not want to disagree with mom or dad too much. Especially when it comes to politics, more so, you know.
Well,
maybe when it comes to like, can I stay out till after midnight?
What kid is into politics anyway? I mean, when I was a kid, I freaking hated politics. I was like, turn off the news. It's so boring. Like, I never wanted to watch the news when I was a kid. I always thought it was really boring. Did you guys like the news when you were kids?
My dad listened to Rush Limbaugh and Fox News. So all I saw, I didn't understand it. It just sounded so angry to me all the time. I was like, why would you expose yourself to people that are so angry all the time? So I didn't comprehend. Yeah. And then I went through a phase. I actually went to school for journalism and then realized I don't want to be a journalist in this day and age. So now I'm actually news. The last time I watched the news was last year when they raided the White House. I had it on for 10 minutes and then I turned it off, or earlier this year, I guess, whenever the heck that was.
January 6th.
Yeah, January 6th.
A date that will not be forgotten.
She doesn't even know the date.
Yeah, good for Kelly.
I've realized for my mental health, I think the news, it makes us feel like we're more informed, and it can, of course, inform us more on world events. But when it's a constant news cycle and we find ourselves checking it constantly, which was what I was doing, I didn't feel more informed. I felt more numb and more judgmental and more critical. So for my own mental health, for my own reasons, I went through a lot last year. You guys know I lost my mom and my grandma, my dog. I lost a lot of people, and I just didn't need it on top of everything else. And I trust a few people in my life that if the world is burning, someone will let me know. And I'll
girl, no, you did the right thing. And me saying that she doesn't even know the date, that is a compliment, because I'm telling you, sometimes like I wish I didn't know the date, and I wish that some of the stuff I'm like, man, you're right. Like, I mean, and you really got to unwind once in a while. Like, you really just got to turn that shit off and, you know, just clear your brain and do whatever kind of like mental health thing that matters to you, whether that's like playing video games, reading a book, drawing,
Going for a
whatever
walk,
it is.
getting
Go for a walk,
outside.
go outside.
Yeah.
I'm outside. That's like my therapy is going outside, being in nature, going hiking. I also work with kids, so it's like, what's better therapy than that? And they're so in the moment and so tuned in, but they don't have any idea what's going on in the news, hopefully. Like, because, and I honestly think that's a healthier way to live. I don't think our brains have the capacity to comprehend what's going on in the entire world that's a threat to our livelihood at all times. I don't think there's any way to have a mentally balanced inner life or inner world if we're constantly thinking about how in danger our livelihoods, our morals, our personal guidelines on what we believe are constantly under threat, which is whether you're watching Fox or CNN, you're under threat. Whatever information you're getting from whatever source, it's to make us feel like we have to keep watching. So it's a business at the end of the day.
100%, Kelly. And it's like, that's the thing, is that that's why the mass psychosis is working so well right now, because everyone's kind of like on the same page. And that page right now, unfortunately, is let's freak everybody out to a point where they don't know what's happening, so that we can keep implementing these draconian rules. And then they like, by the time they realize what's happening, it'll be too late. Because once you like pass laws, it's very, very hard to go back on passing laws. And that's it's very unfortunate. It's a very unfortunate situation. But that's why, like, I'd like to be aware as much as possible about what's going on in the world, because I feel like if you stick your head in the sand, that's not going to help either. But at the same time, that's why I do Infinite Hope, because I'm like, if I keep going into this negative feedback,
That's where Nina just sticks her head in the sand. No, I'm kidding.
I do. I'm like, I watch ostrich videos, and they stick and they sink there.
I think that's healthy, because you're balancing it out, right? You're getting as much of the information on the world as you can, whatever is going on, whether it's scary or not, you're trying to get as much, but then you're also having some levity and some beauty, because guess what? That is reality too. There is beauty in the world. There's beautiful nature.
There's beauty.
Children, kind, compassionate people out there trying to make a difference. Like, there is just as much beauty as ugliness, but unfortunately it's easier sometimes to focus on the ugliness, because evolutionarily we're primed to focus on what's scary, so we can
threat.
So that we can stay on top of it.
Predator,
I love having you here, Kelly, because our conversations always become so, like I said, so philosophical, because I feel like you always think about like the deeper side of things, and I love that about you. So
I love hanging with you guys, because you guys talk about, it's like, I don't know, we all bring like a little symphony.
It is, and I love that. And you know what else I love? I love you guys in the chat. I see you all. Such great conversations going on in the chat. And we have a whole bunch of super chats, so I'm going to read them real quick before we get to some of the topics that I've actually put in the title and all that kind of stuff, because people are here to talk about Dave Chapelle, Netflix, all that kind of stuff. Okay, so Stephen Yarnell, thank you so much for the $4.99. Says, totally agree. If the world is burning, John Talks will let me know. That's true. By the way, speaking of that, congratulations on 160K.
Oh, thanks.
Yay.
Appreciate it.
I love
Hey,
it. I love it.
So I'm just grateful to everyone for that. So thank you.
You deserve it and more, my friend, to infinity and beyond, baby. I can't
thanks.
I love it.
Thanks, Joe Biden. I don't know, like, what else? I mean, at the end of the day, I mean,
did you see that clip I sent you today about like what he was saying about his wife and daughters being dead?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
I was like, what?
I was listening to, I was working on another video, but I had his speech that he was on, like, in the background that he was given today. And man, he was going on forever, but, he's just telling story after story. And I'm just like, I know there's so much material. I didn't even really get into it, but,
did he talk about Grandpappy Ambrose or whatever that guy's name is?
I don't know if he talked about him, but
Every
This
time he
guy,
brings that guy up, I'm like, I
yeah.
just laugh and laugh.
He was talking about D'Angelo, whatever the guy was that like pulled his cheek and was
Oh
like,
my
Joey
God.
baby. And apparently like the story is not even true.
It's not.
Yeah, because the guy, he said some guy did this in like 2015 and he was dead in 2014. So either Joe's memory is just, which I mean, you know, his memory is either compromised or he's just straight up lying, which, you know, at this point, it's a
I
coin
think it's
toss.
a column A, column B thing at this point. Because
Yeah,
who knows?
it's probably a little bit of both. I mean,
Exactly.
this guy's probably making, you know, I've seen people with, I don't know if it was dementia or Alzheimer's, but one time I was talking with this lady and she was telling the story about how her son was like caught in this like cave or something, or like, and it was this really dramatic story. I'm like, oh my gosh, you know? And it turns out, I think somebody was telling me that she was just telling somehow or another, I think her memories with her son got like converged with this episode of the soap opera that she was watching.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was like this whole story, this elaborate
Oh,
story that she's telling me. And I'm like, man, this seems, you know,
wow.
yeah. And it's like,
And
oh,
Wow.
okay.
that monster took him.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Yeah. So
But that's why they say like eyewitness testimony is not like the
Right.
it's not
greatest-
reliable at
It's
all.
not reliable. Yeah, because
Yeah.
like you, especially like if you get someone that's, you know, older and kind of declining, like on the decline, it's like, oh yeah, I remember I saw that guy and he said like, Luke, I'm your father, and I was like, no man, like, you know, like they just you'll mumble shit up in your brain because your brain is complicated.
Well, I was trying to, I think it might have been a Gladwell book. But yeah, it turns out like eyewitness testimony is like people's recollection and memory of things. It's not a good,
No.
yeah, yeah, there's examples out there,
Yeah,
but
there is. It's fascinating to read.
yeah.
I
Especially when you
think-
have camera, like you have literal evidence,
Yeah.
and then you hear people say like what happened, and
They'll ta-
none of it lines up.
Exactly. Like
with-
they have like I've seen those things where they have like the film and they show the film first and then they'll be like, and then eyewitness testimony said this, and then you're like, wait, what? This is
I'm
totally
like, how
different.
many innocent people are probably in prison right now? You know, it's just like, just because people are terrible, can be terrible witnesses, I should say.
It's really crazy because it works that way like in relationships too. Like you get into an argument with someone, especially like if you're living with them or whatever, and then you'll be like, you
you
said
getting
this.
arguments in relationships?
Yes.
No.
Then you'll be like, you said this, and then you'll be like, no, I didn't. I said this, and then they'll be like, no, you said this, and then like if somehow someone's recorded it, it's like you find out like who the real what the real truth is, and then you're like, oh fuck, like, and then you realize you totally fucked up. It's really bad.
Like, Alexis, can we get a playback on that?
Yeah, totally. It's funny. Anyways, 200 Watt Studios, thank you so much for the $5. Says, I came here to hear turtle noises from two gorgeous ladies, John, but got an absorbingly fulfilling and deep philosophical conversation heart. Well, don't worry, Friday's just around the corner. You'll be hearing plenty of
I'm a little disappointed. I wanted more turtle noises, but you know, I mean, I'll take deep philosophical conversation. Sure.
Oh, you wanted more turtle noises?
I mean, when when I was told about that this was actually going to be happening, then yes, I did.
Oh, it's so funny. You have to watch them do it on YouTube. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen. 200 Watt Studios, thank you so much for $2. Says, agree, Kelly. It only grows if in fertile ground. Wait, what?
I don't remember what this was pertaining to.
I think maybe she's saying the idea of, you know, like it can, I guess the way I took it's like perhaps, you know, people in power or leadership, like they're only a symptom of the society, or like
Yeah.
like it, they can't grow unless it's fostered
Mm.
in a sense, you know. It's like, am I right? Is that kind of what you were saying? Or
Yeah. Yeah. I imagine.
Please let us know. Oh,
Yeah.
he's talking about cancel culture,
Cancel
etc.
culture. Okay. Yeah, that too. Well,
Okay.
that works.
And then
Steven
duration.
Yarnell, I don't know if you did you get his super chat?
Did I? This one?
I always try to hate the sin and not
Oh,
the
no,
sinner.
I'm sorry. I always try to hate the sin, not the sinner. Hate can tear us up inside and out, but I think you've processed this well. Thank you so much, Stephen. And this is the thing, like you're right. And I try to do this, but I'm a human being. And sometimes like it gets really difficult, especially when like you read stuff about like psychopathy, and then you realize that, look, like, and this is serious business, man. Like, we share a planet with another species, and they're the psychopaths, and it's actually really scary to think about. And I feel like they're kind of like the aliens that we've all been told about. They don't think and they don't feel the way we do, and it gets really freaky when you start to think about how these people, these aliens, these other species, these psychopaths are making laws that we have to live by. They're the ones that are setting the rules for this world, and that gets really, really freaky for me. And then when I think about someone like that, and the feelings that like awakens in me, in terms of like when I think about, like I said, Fauci, or Colin Powell, whoever else, like Dick Cheney, my God, like the rage I felt about Dick Cheney for so many years. It's just like, and then I hate that, like that it festers and it makes you feel like shit. But at the same time, it's like that's what it is to be human. So I really do try to hate the sin and not the sinner, but it can be really difficult.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm
Go
sorry,
ahead, John.
Mia.
No, go ahead.
I guess I think like because in terms of like Christianity, there's a couple different. I feel like there's a couple different ways like people see it, and that's kind of like presented in a black and white kind of way.
Mhm.
But I think even before, I think that's where it's like faith in God. It's like the idea that, well, he's gonna set everything right. Like
Mhm.
he will bring, like, ultimately, like people are gonna get their just reward, like after everything is all said and done. So
Mhm.
I think that's the point where I think that's how like someone of the Christian faith can say, like, you know what, like it's not my responsibility. Like I don't have to like just knowing that it is like kind of like a little bit alleviating,
Mhm.
because it's like, oh, okay, well, you know, God's gonna take care of them. Like if they need to be taken care of, like that, there will be some sort of justice meted out, like when everything is, you know, after they die. And so I guess I'm thinking like, but if you have this type of perspective where it's like, well, we're just here, and really, you know, when we die, like that's it. You know, your body's just going to be decomposing in the ground, and that's going to be, you know, it's just like, if that is true, then it's like all these terrible people that have done horrific things and murdered, like Hitler murdering like 6, you know, or 11 million people.
Mhm.
And there's not really any real retribution for it.
Mhm.
Like that's hard to,
That's hard
like,
to digest.
yeah,
And like
like,
everything in you, you're like, and like that's what's happening to me right now when I see stuff like what you posted today, John, about that NBA player. And I think to myself, like, there's people responsible for this. Like this, there's like, there's this like effort to hurt people in a really diabolical way. And I feel like, and they're disguising that under the cure of under the the preface of public health and actually
yeah.
caring about you. Meanwhile, they're doing the complete opposite, and it just feels so just overpoweringly. I don't know. It really gets me down sometimes. I'm like, dude, that's messed up, and I don't know how much compassion I can have for these kind of people. Like,
well,
I'm
there
fresh
is.
out.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Well, there's this verse in it's Proverbs: when the righteous prosper, the city rejoices. When the wicked perish, there are shouts of joy. It's like there's no
That's
in this.
fascinating.
Yeah, in this idea, there's like no, or this verse, like there's no sense of like, I do think there's this idea of like love thine enemies, but I guess thine enemies, like it's more like a personal. I think it's more of a personal matter, that you have between another person because it's your enemy. I mean, granted, I don't know. I guess I would have to think more about it, but I guess what I'm saying is like I think both can be true to some extent. Like there is, people probably should be glad when people, when people that are harming so many other people out there are like taken out of the way, or it's like, I, I mean, when the war was finally over in 1945, I mean, you look at like that scene in New York, and people were just like, after so much death, so much tragedy, it's like people just were, erupting and
Yeah.
in a celebration, and I do think that there is some sort of
It's cathartic because you're finally like, well, we're free now, because
yeah,
it's that mentality of, well, now we're free and we can finally, you know, go actually be normal again. So I don't know. It's a strange time we're living in, that's for sure.
sure.
Okay, back to these super chats. Again, thank you everybody for hanging out. So then, okay, did we get this one? No. Oh no, we did, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Deranged Lunatic, thank you so much for the $1.99. Kelly just watched one of your exercise video. Damn. Nice.
Thank you.
I'm assuming that's a positive damn.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm assuming
Damn! 200 Watt Studios, thank you so much for the 2. It says, I woke up with Colin Powell.
Oh no.
Oh God. Doc had to have it removed. Nice. Good one. That was great. 200 Watt Studios, thank you so much for the 2. Says, Nina, I make turtle noises, always pays the bills. Hey, John said that. I just concurred. Christine the Killer Car, thank you so much for the 5. Says, just have to ask, did anyone hear about Amber Heard and what she did to Jason Momoa? I did. Tom, who is in the chat, by the way, shout out to Tom from Midnight's Edge, told
What's up,
me
Tom?
the other day that Amber Heard apparently threw something like a prop or something at Jason Momoa and apparently hurt him, and then he had to come out and like put a public statement out that it was like an accident.
Wow.
And we were laughing about it with Lorena, because Lorena was like, yeah, or Jane was saying that he probably felt like he didn't want her to get murdered by his fans. And I was like, yeah, like it was like a tweet to save her life, because those women get really passionate about Jason Momoa. They were like, it was one thing you did it to Johnny, but Jason,
Well, when did this happen? Was it during the Aquaman? Was this
Yeah.
after the Depp trial?
Well, I think during, because I mean, that's still ongoing.
Well, maybe they didn't want that coming out during.
No, but
Yeah,
I don't know. It just
that she
it
has
just
these
came
tendencies
out.
to throw stuff at.
He said it
other
was an
people.
accident, but I feel like he said accident like in quotes, but
Yeah.
that's just me totally.
Well, does anybody accidentally throw something? Like
Let me see here. Hold on. Let's look it
Like-
up. Amber. Oh my God. Actually, you guys, I wrote Amber Turd. Amber Heard threw something at Jason Momoa. Can't spell anything. Aquaman I don't see anything. I heard about this, but I haven't. I don't see anything on Google.
Did you hear about the stuff? I guess while we're on the topic of pop culture, did you hear about Ruby Rose?
Yeah, it's in the title. We're going to be discussing
Oh,
that.
okay.
It's-
Shows how how much I did my homework for the show. I do know about it though, so I'll be ready to talk. Yeah.
Well, I knew that you did a few videos about Batwoman back in the day. So I was like, oh,
yeah, I did a few.
Yeah, this is going to be a great topic of conversation with John. So yeah, I can't find this evidence, but I did hear about it. I heard she threw something at him. It's not surprising because you know
I can believe that one. That one's
I'm surprised with her because it seems like this is like a personality trait of hers now, the like chaotic, violent stuff.
I think the term you're looking for, Kelly, and you're too nice to say, is crazy bitch.
Well, in the mental health community, we don't use terms like crazy anymore, right?
All right, that's true. That's true. And then 200 Watt Studios, thank you so much for the 5, says, as if I couldn't fall more in love with Nina and Kelly, the deepest and intelligence does it. Wow, the deepness. That's lovely. Thank you.
We should start a band called The Deepness. with turtle noises at the end of every song.
Oh my God. Stephen Yarnall says, deep thoughts with Nina and Kelly and John, new ongoing series. Love this. Whenever Kelly's on, this is what happens on this channel.
Yeah, it's gonna get deep.
Yeah, real deep in a good way. Zelina, good to see you. Thank you so much for the $9.99. Says, I have heard Cameron Pasha talk about Gene. Yes, he does talk about that. Theoretically, it would make sense that there's some malevolent forces influencing the craziness in the world. Absolutely. I mean, okay, so Gene, if you're not familiar, John, that's kind of like the Islamic way of saying, I guess, demon is a translation, like the direct translation, because it's a term in the Quran that describes like demons and people who get possessed by demons and like basically do end up doing really evil things. They have jinn in them, or well, we call it in Farsi we call it jinn, but it's the same thing. So yeah, it's a fascinating topic in terms of like that, because it translates as well, I think, into biblical stuff, because biblical stuff has very similar things.
Oh sure, yeah.
Yeah, so it's cool. It's cool stuff. And then thank you, Zelina, though. And I agree. And I think that like I agree with Kamran, and because there's a lot of historical context to this stuff. This stuff has been going on for a very long time. And I think they've been here for a very long time. Psychopaths have been here for a long time. 200 Watt Studios, thank you so much for the 5, says, that happens. My mom had dementia. She conflated TV episodes, movies, and friend stories from her own memories. Oh, wow. That's crazy. I'm sorry to hear that, 200 Watt Studios. Jonathan Gray, thank you so much for the 5, says, it's a good night. Well, that's great. I'm glad you're having a good night. We are too. This is I love this show. And I think, yeah, that's it. We've caught up. So thank you so much, everybody. I'm going to start talking about, oh wait, before we get into the topics, I just want to show John this one thing that I saw today that made me laugh. This dude posted this thing saying there's literally going to be no fun there. And it says, no, none of these people enter heaven. So we got liars, greedy pigs, the Pope. I don't know why the Pope's on here. Atheist, secularist, sports buff.
The sports buff is that one throws me a little bit. You know, you can't like sports.
Yeah, I don't get this. Potty mouth, I'm so out. LGBTQ supporter, contentious woman. Again, I'm so out. Self lover.
This is just in itself gonna keep people out of heaven, I think. You know, like, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if your goal, like, just think about, like, if this guy's goal is to, you know, lead people to, you know, I'm
the kingdom
assuming
of
to
heaven.
Christ, yeah, to heaven. Like, this is not the way you would go about it. Like, this is gonna make people not want what you're selling. You know, it's just like from a sales standpoint, like, this is just a bad idea.
This is the worst. So pothead, again, I'm out. Muslim. Well, I was born that apparently, even though I didn't choose it. So again, I'm out. Whore. Wait, wasn't like Mary Magdalene a whore? I'm just asking.
Yeah, no, she was. I mean, you know, I'm
so
sure
Jesus'
after
wife. I don't know.
Well,
Just,
that's
she's
according
not
to
gonna
Da
get into
Vinci
heaven.
Code, but well, no, I mean, she obviously became a follower, right? So
Sure.
you know,
Sure.
I don't think she was a prostitute afterwards, but
No,
anyways,
no.
yeah,
No.
he might want to clarify this, by the way.
Yeah,
too.
he I think he should clarify. Drunkard. Drunkards are out. Porn lovers, they're out. That's like everybody. Homosexuals, hardcore gamer. Oh my god, I'm out.
Again, this one really this does throw me a little bit here. Hardcore gamer.
Wait, so like hardcore gamer, is he talking about like gambler, like a dude that gambles his life away?
No, gambler's there. It's below adulterer.
Oh god.
Yeah.
So never mind. That's definitely me then, because I like video games. I partake. Adulterer. Well, I mean, I guess I could see adulterer. That's like part of this, like this sins, right? Like you're not supposed to, sin. A gambler and Bible hater. Okay, Bible hater. Sure, Bible hater. I could see that. I get it. Wait, who the hell is Rev 2127?
It's Revelation. Yeah.
They actually said this, all of this?
No, there's some of these that are listed there, but not all of them. not hardcore gamer or like sports buff. Yeah. Not that I remember. I don't remember.
What about potty mouth? Is potty mouth in there?
There
this
might
guy
be
just doesn't want to have any fun.
I like the font and the colors he chose. He really made it pop.
Yeah, I will say that. Yeah, you got to give him credit for that.
Credit for the graphics.
Yeah.
200 Watt Studio says, I'm a hardcore board gamer. Does that count? Hell yeah, it counts. Because you spend hours and hours on those board games. By the way, I love board games too. Board games are freaking awesome. So yeah, I saw that and I thought it was funny. Okay, so here we go. Kelly, what do you rather talk about first? Do you want to talk about Netflix, Dave Chapelle, and all the craziness going on with that?
Pick your poison.
Talk about crazy Ruby Rose and Batwoman drama?
I'm going to leave it up to you guys on this one.
Which one do you want to go for first, John?
We'll go with Dave Chapelle.
Okay. So
for 200. You know?
Dave Chapelle for 200, Alex. Okay. So some crazy shit went down at Netflix because they decided to air this thing called The Closer. Have you watched it, Kelly? Have you watched The Closer?
Not yet, but I really love Chappelle. I've seen his last two specials, but I haven't seen this one yet. But I've heard about it from the media now.
Okay, so you have heard about it. So that's good. It's I mean, it was good. It wasn't his best work. I actually didn't like it as much as his previous stuff. I was under like a little bit of a different take. I wanted him to be more political. I wanted him to kind of like do like what Carlin did and just call out everything that's going on with regards to especially like COVID and what's been going on the past year. But he didn't really do any of that. He kind of stuck with the whole trans situation, which I understand because he lost a friend to that, and who his friend was a trans person, so that it really hurt him, and so you could see
So
it.
what better
in
way
his
than to
poster.
make fun of trans people?
So what better way to put them on blast, which is what he did. He put them on blast, and they didn't like it, and they didn't take too kindly to it. So then this happened today. A man holding "We Like Dave" sign attacked by woke mob at Netflix protest.
Vito.
Repent, motherfucker. Yeah, Vito. This isn't him, but he was there too.
You got the
So
video, right? Yeah.
yeah, this is the video with Vito.
So obviously Vito's, I mean, so I
I'm
think
sharing
Vito
audio.
came to fame around the time, like The Last Jedi. I think his Last Jedi video blew up, and I really don't know what he's been up to, but I know he's still doing his channel. I'm just wondering, is he doing? He's obviously doing this to. Well, I think he's doing it to make a statement, but also, for probably some content, I would imagine.
Well, exactly that. And funnily enough, like I watched Jeremy's live stream earlier, Jeremy D-Day Cobra from Geeks and Gamers. I watched his live stream earlier talking about this. And I super chatted him, and I was like, well, I don't agree about what he said about you guys, but I agree. I agree. I respect him for doing this. And both he and Ryan Kinnell were like, well, like, your respect for him is going to be like kind of like short lived, because this dude just basically follows the trends and does whatever it takes to kind of like be trendy. But Jeremy was having fun with it and watching this video and making fun of him, which was fun. But yeah, he's just
he put it. It's on his channel. Here's the title. I got assaulted at the Netflix protest.
Is that what Vito said?
Here, I'll share. If you guys want to follow Vito, I'm going to share his channel here. Yeah, it's just Vito. It'll probably be the first channel that pops up. But he makes, professional idiot. You gotta love it. You gotta love the upfrontness.
At least he admits it.
But here's the.
I got assaulted at the Netflix protest.
Go for it.
God.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, why not?
I just like it. What I find funny though is that he calls like Gary from Nerdrotic like a grifter, and like Jeremy.
Talk about projection,
Yeah, and then here we are, like he's like, I'm grifting, baby. Like, he's just. And he's also the dude that reported Gary's channel to Mama Susan for having Alex Jones on. Yeah,
No.
he flagged his channel and tagged him and stuff. So it's ridiculous. And it's weird because like at first when I first saw the video like on Twitter, I didn't know it was him. And I was like, I love this dude. Yay. Like this dude's standing up for people. And then somebody was like, this is Vito, right? And I was like, oh God. My support for this guy just went like totally in the toilet. But
I didn't know who he was until just now, but I like that he calls himself a professional idiot. I always appreciate that. So
yeah, at least he's upfront about it. So this is what happened. And by the way, notice that like most of the people here have cameras and like professional camera equipment. So keep in mind that most of the people here are actually media. They're not protesters. So like the crowd, it looks a lot bigger than it seems, but really in reality, if you really think about it, most of these people are media people. They're not actually protesters. The numbers were much lower than what it seems here. And also in the what the hell? In the other side of the screen, there's also another protest going on. And they're like counter protesting this with their signs being like, we love Dave. So this was a shit show. Here we go. So that's Vito right there.
Why are you breaking my sign? Why are you breaking my sign? Don't have free speech rights? Don't have free speech rights with all of you?
So here's the thing, like, even if you don't agree with Vito on anything, he went out here, he's got this sign, and then the tolerant left, like the very tolerant left that are there to stand up for like, trans people rights and to everyone's gotta like, love the trends and all this shit. Meanwhile, we're gonna come and accost you and like break your sign and like, scare the shit out of you and like scream in your face because you don't think the way we do. It's actually kind of mental.
Yeah.
He's got a weapon! He's got a weapon! He's got a weapon!
This lady's
Was he the one yelling that, or was it somebody else?
My weapon? Yes.
I think at first somebody said
Somebody
that to
said
him,
it,
and then
he
he
said it.
started like
Okay.
just going into like going crazy about it.
A weapon!
Oh, let's see.
He's got a weapon!
Yeah, that guy, the guy with the mask, this guy. He's like, he's got a weapon.
Oh, okay.
Like, and then he like took a sign and like whatever, and he's like talking about the stick here.
He's got a weapon!
Watch out, vampires. Watch out.
Isn't this chick supposed to be socially distancing though?
My weapon? Yes. Get in me. There's my weapon. I'm not distracting anything.
Some of these reporters are just hoping that something happens.
Yeah.
I'm just here to say.
I like how this guy comes over and he's telling this dude like back up, back up. Meanwhile, this chick is like literally like
Right in his face.
like going like this with
Yeah.
like no boobs, trying to like get him to move. It's like, what are you doing?
Are you
you're
saying
the-
that if she had boobs, that
it would have
this would
done
be a
something?
successful endeavor?
Yeah, she would
Well,
have
I'm
at
sure
least hit him. Like she would have at least been like, dude, move. She's got nothing going on over here. It's like a wall. Like
I can't
nothing's
really
happening.
see, so I don't know, but
I can.
I'm sure
Yeah,
she
you,
has boobs.
you can't really see because there's nothing there, John. That's the point.
Well, she has boobs.
Maybe. Yeah, you don't know that.
I'm just here to say that jokes are funny, people. Dave Chapelle is a funny guy.
Look at this lady. Look at this one. She's losing her mind.
I was gonna make a video on this, but then I'm thinking it's just gonna get demonetized because this is gonna be considered
so
hateful
fast.
and what's the word?
Don't do it, John, because
Derogatory.
YouTube
Derogatory,
literally,
thank you.
YouTube literally took down freaking Steven Crowder because he talked about that whole thing we talked about last week.
Wow.
What
So,
the? Now I'm curious.
okay,
Can't say it.
let me say this in code words, Kelly, that you'll
Code words, yeah.
understand. Some dude found out that his daughter had something really bad happen to her sexually by a dude that wears a dress in a bathroom
Okay.
in
Yeah.
a school. So he went to the school board, he complained about it, they arrested him. And then it happened again with another girl, and that dude got arrested. So long story short, that was a story we talked about it last week, and Steven Crowder talked about that, and then they took him down for
They took the whole channel down.
yeah, they took down Steven Crowder because they said that he was spreading lies and hate towards this group, the LGBTQ,
Okay.
that it's all like hate and fosters bad vibes, I guess, for that group.
Bad vibes, negative bad juju.
Yeah. A joke of voices. Adam Krigler got a strike recently as well. Yeah, I don't know if Adam got one for that though. I think Adams is for COVID stuff. Pretty sure Adams is for COVID stuff. I don't think Adams is for the LGBTQ stuff.
That COVID stuff's tricky.
Yeah, yeah.
You really
'cause I
gotta-
think pretty sure he got it for like medical misinformation or whatever. I
Two
think
times.
Ryan got one too.
Yeah, same
On his
on
new
that same
channel.
topic. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd be covering more of this stuff,
that's what
but
it
I just
was.
don't know if I'm gonna get hit with it.
I tell you all the time, like I like message you and I'm like, don't make a video on this and this and this. So and so got a strike. Like, don't do this.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Like,
Well,
'cause
even the basketball player,
you can't talk about it.
like I thought that's a good story, and how he was being told not to talk about it. But then again, is it going to fall into, because you look at those guidelines, they can nail you on almost anything.
yeah.
I think.
because it's really tricky. Which, by the way, we're going to talk about that as well, but we're going to talk about it after 2 hour mark because apparently Mama Susan relaxes a little bit after 2 hours.
Wait, what's Mama Susan? I'm so out of the loop. What is Mama Susan?
She's the Susan, whatever her name is.
Yeah, CEO.
The
What's her name?
CEO of
YouTube
YouTube.
lady? Okay. I thought
Yeah.
Mama Susan was like a new player that I hadn't heard of. Okay.
No, you're so cute.
YouTube lady.
It's just
I'm out of the loop. I'm out of the loop.
It's totally fine. Just ask me and I'll I'm always out of the loop too. I had to figure this stuff out.
I am an ostrich and my head is in the sand.
It's
And
And
okay.
you're better off for it.
Warm and cozy. It's warm and cozy in the sand over here.
Yeah, because I mean, look at this. Okay, this is what you would be aware of. Really, you could go without this, Kelly. It's okay. It's okay.
No, this is so important, Nina. It's so vital. Everybody needs to know right now.
What worries me is
Everybody
the fact
needs to know about Vito.
you can't talk about these things because that's worrisome. But then again, I look at it from the side of if people have huge audiences and people are hearing things that are inciting them to feel justified and like acting out, I guess that's the end game concern, but it still feels really scary to censor people on so many topics, especially when the topic seems to only be coming from one side. Like that's
well, for me, it's a really scary notion because, like I said, I came from a country that censored everything. Like
Right.
we're not allowed to talk about any of this stuff. So I'm very familiar with censorship. And when I moved to Canada, and when I when I knew about the States and some like free speech was a law that it is something that we envy across the world. Like everyone really envies that law to be able to speak your mind without fear of persecution is something that most countries in the world envy and want to strive towards. They wish that they could have that kind of law.
Which it took a long time to get here too. And it took a lot to get to this point in the first place. And now it does seem like it's receding. So
it just feels like it's slipping away more and more every day. And even if
It's receding, just like my hairline. It's an accurate analogy, folks. It really is. It's a shame.
And it's really scary because some of the stuff, it's not even like it's talking. Like John got one, like I think John got a strike or not a strike. I don't know. You got one of those, like it was a warning or a strike for like just putting CNN and like MSN headlines. Like it was like a video. And like he was like showing like, okay, so this is what's going on, and then all these headlines like basically saying the opposite. Like,
well, it wasn't
Fauci
even
being
that
like,
video. I did a video showing CNN clip. I took that other one down that you're talking about after I got the strike. I think, if I remember correctly. But I think, I've gotten 2 strikes in the past year on this channel. Thankfully, both of them were removed, but one was on a live stream that we were on.
Yeah, that one. I remember one of them was about that kid in the school board talking about.
Oh no, you're right. That's
masks.
3. Yeah,
that was the first one, and that was just a news clip of you like just saying that this is what this kid said. Thankfully, they took that away.
I think it was actually a video clip of the kid saying.
Yeah, it was actually the video clip of the kid saying what he said. But we were like, well, this is just this kid saying this. Like, we're not saying anything. He's just saying it, right?
Yeah.
And then the second one was, I think, when you did that other video with the headlines, I think, right? I don't know.
I don't think I got. I just think the next strike after that was the one where the CNN clip. If I gotten one, I totally forgot about it. If that was a
I don't know. Maybe it was somebody else. I know somebody got one for that, but anyways,
maybe it was memology.
Maybe that's
I think
what
it was. I think all he was doing was all he did was take clips from like headlines.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. And then
I got a copyright strike for using footage from Stanley Kubrick's The Shining. That really pissed me off.
What?
Oh, no, you got an actual strike, or was it a claim?
Copyright claim,
Oh,
probably.
yeah, it was a claim. It was a claim. But I don't know how to avoid it because I want to use it in one of my videos. But I tried flipping the footage. Do you think that'll work?
Oh, okay.
Yes. Just
it
take
might.
it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And sometimes, and it's difficult too if you want to do like an essay But
Yeah.
I think like if you're just doing like a few seconds or a few, you can get away with it then.
Yeah.
But I think when it's longer, it's more difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to use shorter clips and like making montages instead. But yeah, it was a video essay.
Oh, okay.
I'll have to tell you some of my tricks after the show, Kelly.
Yes, please do, Nina. I could use some because I'm still figuring this thing out.
I'll tell you some tricks because that was difficult for me to learn, but I figured some stuff out, so I'll teach you.
I would love to. Yes, thank you.
All my secrets.
I would love to know because I have no idea. I'm still learning how to fly this thing. I don't know.
No worries. Kelly, by the way, if you need to go at any time, just let me know and then you can go because like sometimes I talk a lot and this is infinite talk, so we end up talking way more than
talking. I'll probably go I don't know. I'm good for now because like I feel good. If I start getting tired, just I have to get up early, but I'm having fun. So I'm gonna stay as long as I'm not tired.
Okay, cool. Just let me know anytime. You're not trapped here. You're fine.
Thank you.
Okay, here we go.
Hey,
Look at this lady.
I don't know why all the violence.
She's mental.
I don't know why all the hate.
Where?
I just love Dave Chapelle. Dave Chapelle.
I love. This is just. I mean, just the way she's shaking that tambourine and shouting and Vito. I mean, there was definitely a video that I wanted to edit here.
This is a scene, man.
Yeah.
My side, I need my post-report in $2.99.
Could you imagine if like somebody like from 1,000 years ago was actually shown, like they get to see one clip of the future?
Yeah.
And this would be
and
it.
This is it. Oh God.
Yeah.
Oh no. Don't say stuff like that.
I know, it's just a thought.
That makes me worried.
There was probably so much. What's the word? The term barbarism, barbarianism, like just in every generation. I can't imagine we're that much less civilized than others. But then again, this is pretty bad. This is pretty bad. The protests and the just people not hearing each other is so frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, people would probably like, not that there were protests back in the day because there was like dictators, right? And so you couldn't even, the slaves couldn't speak out. It was like whether they were slaves of the Roman Empire or the Egypt Empire, or even in the US here, it's like if they even tried to protest, that would just get like, it wasn't going to happen.
There was no.
But now people are just like, we're protesting over
everything.
Like somebody made a joke and it hurt my feelings. It's just, I mean, just the contrast in terms of like, I mean, this is, it's all great in terms of like for having free speech, thank God we have it. And I much rather, like kind of see this absurdity happen than not obviously have it.
But John, that's why I freak out about freedom in general. Like I'm like it's like I feel like it's so taken for granted in the US. It's so taken for granted. Like free speech is so taken for granted, and like you guys can lose it like that, and some people don't even care. Like they're like, oh well, if it's for my own good and like, that's fine. Like, I don't need free speech and I don't need freedoms and like all this stuff. And that's like,
yeah, I don't think you realize how many things it's tied to. How many, once you pull that string, it pulls the whole dress comes undone, right? It's and then you're not safe anymore. You're naked in the street and it's freaking scary. Like, I don't think people realize that is a very delicate thing that you're pulling on.
Exactly. So this one, I don't think I saw this one. Oh, this is the other protest. So this is the other guy, and he's like, they're leading the protest that says like, we like jokes, right across from those guys saying,
oh my God.
It's hilarious. You know, I saw somebody post the other video that we just watched and wrote, this video is funnier than the entire closer. And I was like, that's true.
This group seems a little more fun.
Are they chanting Black Lives Matter?
Yeah.
Oh my god. So yeah, that's what's going on at Netflix now.
I thought that one photograph of Vito before we go past. Can you scroll back up? The one where they got him in the middle of the tambourine.
This
Like, this is just like, how great is this photo? Like,
This is
after
such a
you've
great
seen the
photo.
video, it's like Vito's just shouting, and it like they perfectly framed his head in
That's
between
perfect.
that tambourine.
I love this photo.
It's a great shot. Wow.
Yeah.
Genius.
This is amazing. I'm saving this photo because this could be a thumbnail at some point.
Definitely. Very artistically done.
Yeah,
I
beautiful.
like it. I like it.
Singing.
But yeah, so then Netflix came out, and at first Netflix was like, we're sticking by Dave because Dave is awesome and we paid him a lot of money and we're not gonna we're not gonna mess with that. We're not gonna mess with the closer. The closer is, there, it's gonna stay there, blah, blah, blah. And then they came out and said something different after this happened. They came out and said, I had that ready and I closed it. Great. That's just great.
In the meantime, Nina, can I share a clip? Because
Yeah.
I was thinking of, I think, just what you were saying, what we were saying a little bit earlier, and I thought of probably going to incorporate this on my show whenever I do it again. Have you seen this clip before?
Yes, I love this guy.
Have you seen this before, Kelly?
I think so. I think this has been in my recommended. I don't know if I've seen it or not yet, though.
This guy's amazing. I love him.
I've seen it.
He was a cult leader, I think.
He
but
was? I didn't know
yeah.
that.
If you see the Nina's like, this guy's amazing. I'm glad.
What
I'm
he
glad.
says here is amazing. I don't know about.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No,
what he
there.
is.
I think.
I thought he was a Sufi teacher or something. I don't know what he was.
Well, what was it? I think it's an HBO documentary. I'm forgetting the name of it. It's a 6-part series.
Oh, Wild Wild Country.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the guy. But
Osho?
I think. What's that?
Did he rename himself Osho? Is that?
It might
That's
be.
what Trio
yeah.
says. His name is Osho.
But
Yeah.
he was. I guess he was being drugged, especially towards the end. And
Oh no, that sounds upsetting.
People suspect that he might have actually died because of that. If I remember correctly it's a good series. If you haven't seen it, I'm assuming, Kelly, you've seen it, right?
It is good. Yeah, it's
I
excellent.
haven't seen
Well,
it.
I'm fascinated with cults, cult behavior, and all that.
That's
kind
what we talked about last time. Remember?
of cult
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah, I love it.
Um,
Conspiracies, cults. I love learning about it. I don't like subscribing to cults or conspiracy. Love.
real quick before you play that, John. Have you heard about this? Ryan Kennel dropped a video about Trump announcing a new social media network called Truth to Fight Big Tech Censorship. Is that a new thing? Because I thought he made.
Is that the whole name of it?
I guess.
That can't be real. Like that sounds like a terrible
I don't know about
name
any of
for a
this.
social media website.
I think it's just called Truth.
Oh, it's called
But
Truth.
But it's to fight big tech censorship.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
It's
so that's different than his website, though.
Must be. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't heard about it.
Yeah. You know what?
I'll have to take a look at it.
Pretty new. Okay, I'm gonna talk about this after I go ahead and play this. I pulled up the article for it.
Because democracy basically means government by the people, of the people, for the people. but the people are retarded.
Thank you.
Wow. Gotta love that guy. I don't know. That's funny.
Oh my gosh. I like the, what is it from Men in Black? A person is smart, people are dumb. Is that?
No, okay.
I love that quote.
I'm trying to look for this other article that I had and then I got rid of it. I think maybe it was this one, but Netflix did respond and they basically like the CEO basically was starting to walk back his original support for Dave Chapelle and being like, I didn't know how many people he hurt with his jokes and like all this stuff. Netflix employee walkout grows tense as trans right as protesters clash with Dave Chappelle supporters. Let's see if Variety talks about the response of the CEO. No, they don't. Of course they don't. I hate you, Variety.
I saw it on Twitter. See if I can find it.
I had it and then I lost it. Oh, there it is. I think I found it again. Okay, here we go. What? Get out of here. Netflix CEO says he screwed up over Dave Chappelle memos ahead of an employee walkout. So this is before the walkout, before the protest. Ted Sarandos says his company wide message lack humanity, but that his stance on the comic's controversial material hasn't changed. So the CEO said that he screwed up over a series of memos sent to staff defending Dave Chappelle's latest comedy special, but that his stance on the performance material hasn't changed. Now, a lot of people think that it will change. A lot of people think that he is going to pull the closer from Netflix. But I don't think so. I personally don't think. I think that they kept cuties. They're going to keep the closer. I think that the most they'll do is probably slap a disclaimer at the beginning of the closer and say, you know, this material may consist of sensitive material, la-di-da-di-da-da, and then, you know, call it a day, I think. But a lot of people think that he might pull it. Sarando's comments follow much criticism of Chappelle's Netflix special, The Closer, deemed by many to be homophobic and transphobic. It was neither of those things. In keeping with much of the comic's recent output, the one-off feature jokes on the genitalia of transgender people, pronouns, and the rapper DaBaby, who made controversial comments on HIV/AIDS.
Wait, he made fun of somebody named DaBaby?
Yes. This rapper dude.
I mean, well, it sounds like Dave Chappelle made fun of him, right?
Yeah, Dave Chappelle made fun of him because the joke was basically that this rapper
he has a name DaBaby.
Yeah, DaBaby went and shot someone in a Walmart several years ago. Shot a black person in the face and killed them. And then nothing happened to him. And then, like, fast forward several years later, like I think about a couple months ago, he went on some show and he made some homophobic comments, and the people were like,
"Send
you're
this guy
fucking
to jail
canceled.
for life."
Yeah, you're done. You're out. You're canceled. And Dave was like, "Yeah, you can kill a black man in America and nothing will happen to you, but you can't say anything about this group of people." And he, that was his whole special was about this kind of stuff. And it was actually really good, but it was just, not my kind of, I just wanted him more political. It was fine. It was a good special. Kelly, I do recommend you watch it because I think that
I will.
It was, but don't expect like super funny, like Dave Chappelle, like, like the Chappelle show. If you ever watch the Chappelle show, it's not as funny as the Chappelle show. It's a very like TED Talk style. Dave Chappelle, like he's kind of telling you how he feels for an hour and a half. But it's still good. It's still good.
Yeah, I'll check it out. I've been meaning to. I just haven't gotten around to it yet.
But what do you guys think? Do you think Netflix is gonna pull it?
No, I doubt it.
I don't know. I think if they pull it, that concerns me just in general. But I don't know.
I mean, if they kept Cuties, you know.
But Cuties is somehow it's different, I think.
Yeah, this I could see that where it's like Dave Chapelle somehow crossed the line here,
Right.
whereas they might just say like, well, Cuties is just it's art, you know, it's a movie, it's you know, we're just pushing the envelope here in certain ways, but Dave Chapelle, he's crossed an uncrossable line here, and that could be cause for cancellation.
That's an interesting thing, right? Like, I think because I don't think they're gonna pull Cuties ever.
No,
because of
if they didn't pull it before, I mean, there were
No.
more threats for people to cancel Netflix over Cuties than there ever was over the Chappelle, this latest Chappelle special. I mean,
Yeah.
I think that's pretty clear. So, it wouldn't make any sense if they. That's my rationale. It's like, well,
I just don't think that they would go. Like, I don't.
the media is blowing this thing up. Like when you think about like how many Netflix employees are really pissed.
That's what I'm saying.
There's
Most
not
of the
that
people that were
many.
there, that was media. It wasn't even like the actual.
Problem lies with like the value is somehow for some reason, even if the amount of people complaining is lower, the value put on the complaints coming from more leftist ideologies is somehow it's considered more valuable by these conglomerates, by these companies, and by these businesses. It's considered more valuable than people with more right conservative ideologies or values are complaining. It's somehow seen as archaic and it's not really a big deal. But for companies like Netflix, Amazon, these big companies, they seem to value that more. And I don't understand necessarily why. Maybe you guys have some insight on that.
See, like this is where my pessimism and extreme pessimism comes in, Kelly, because I think that there's a big conglomerate of and this is the kind of stuff that Mama Susan hates talking about, but I'm gonna try and talk about it anyways. But there's a big conglomerate of Hollyweird / you know, old people that like the young kids stuff that's going on in Hollywood. And is acceptable and is promoted and is you know, it's very accepted culture there in terms of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's like a dark known reality of the stuff that goes on in Hollywood. So I think that's why I would never like, I would be shocked if they pulled Cuties because they don't care about that kind of stuff. That stuff is very acceptable for them on a lot of levels. So I would never see them pulling it. On the other hand, I don't see them pulling Dave Chappelle's special either because they've already paid Dave Chappelle and they want his image and they paid him a lot of money. I think they paid him like $25 million or something like that for all of his specials. Maybe more, including the Chappelle show because he got more money to have the Chappelle show rights as well. So I think because they've paid him that much money and they know how much of a draw he is, I don't think they're going to pull it. And like even the guys said, like, I'm still going to stick with it. Cause even after that, like, he's still not like, I guess, brave enough to pull the special, because that, you know, it is what it is. Like they've already paid the guy. But
you don't pay for something and then you're I mean, granted they Netflix is so big they could and they'll be okay, but I think the blowback if they pull Dave Chappelle's special would be insane. You look at Rotten Tomatoes, like everybody has liked it, at least everybody that took the time to write a review on Rotten Tomatoes. So to do that, you're going to cause way more of an upheaval than if you you know, if you're trying to please a real small portion of people that hate it. So
Droid Army says just do damage control for months and everyone will forget about it. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like I just feel like they'll probably put a disclaimer on the very beginning, like, hey, this gonna be sensitive content.
this
and
guy
then move
makes
on with
fun
their
of
life.
people.
Yeah. Yeah. Probably this comedian
They warned.
about every guys, I actually took a screenshot of this quote I think you'll appreciate, and this is Dave Chapelle said this. He said, our culture has accepted two huge lies. The first is that if you disagree with someone's lifestyle, you must fear or hate them. The second is that to love someone means you agree with everything they believe, say, or do. Both are nonsense. You don't have to compromise convictions to be compassionate. And I really like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I
Wonderfully
think he said that in the closer, right? Is that from the closer?
I just screenshotted it because I really liked it. I haven't seen it yet, so maybe.
Yeah, because I think he says that, and then that was actually my favorite line from the closer, because the next thing he says is that empathy is bisexual and it goes both ways, and I was like, that's my favorite line.
That's cool.
Because he talks about, like, that's what he talks about, and then he goes like that's empathy's bi, like it goes both ways. You got to have compassion for everybody, and like blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And he said a lot of good stuff in it.
Yeah, I think going back to
watching this might make you laugh. Well, it's making a lot of people cry. Apparently, that's the difference. Sorry, what was?
No, I was just gonna say, like, going back to what Kelly said. I think the reason too why these companies go with these leftists, they value leftist ideology more, is because a lot of them are made up of, leftists, or people that definitely lean or are completely to the left. I think it's something like, I don't know if it's like 70 or 80% of the media is, I don't know if it's Democrat or, or they're basically on the left. So it's like, if that statistic is true, which I mean, seems pretty believable. I mean, they're controlling, like, think about how much they're controlling in terms of the American mind. I mean, they're, and whether or not, it's like whether or not there's been gatekeeping, you can't get hired, like if you are a Trump supporter somewhere. And I guarantee, like, if you're trying to get a job at ABC, NBC, CNN, they're not going to hire somebody that was a Trump supporter. Like, it's just not going to happen. But, vice versa, I'm sure with Fox, it's like, they're not going to hire somebody that's, I get that. But at the same time, like, the media is shaping the American mind, and there's a bias there.
Yes.
Definitely. So the article goes on. Following its release on the 5th of October, Tara Field, a software engineer at Netflix, spoke out against the company in a viral tweet thread describing Chappelle's comedy as a symptomatic of a culture that marginalizes and devalues trans people. Fields was one of the 3 employees suspended by the company for subsequently attempting to attend an executive meeting. She has since been reinstated. On October 16th, it was reported that the company had fired a trans employee for leaking commercially sensitive documents in the wake of the controversy around the special. And a lot of the media, when this whole thing happened, was trying to like make it sound like they were doing it like because like she was trans, because it was only like one of the trans employees that did this, but it turned out the reason they got suspended was because they like crashed a CEO meeting basically, and like that can happen to anyone, like no matter who you are. Like Tom from Midnight's Edge was making fun, saying like if you were the janitor and you walked in on a CEO meeting without being invited, you're out. Like it doesn't matter, you're man, woman, like who you are, like you just don't walk into a meeting you're not invited to. And that's true. And especially like if you walk in and start flexing, like you better do this and you better do that, and the guy's like, excuse me, like who are you, like, so the article goes on. Sarandano's memos only serve to heighten tension both within and outside the company. In an all-staff email obtained by Variety sent on the 11th of October, The Netflix boss acknowledged that some employees were angry, disappointed, and hurt by the special, but defended creators' rights and artistic freedom. And he's absolutely right about that. He should be doing that because that's what brings good shows. Artistic freedom is what is your bread and butter, Netflix. Like what brings an incredibly good show. Like, for example, I don't know if you heard of this one, Kelly, is Squid Game. It's
Oh
like
my
this
gosh.
new-
Yeah. Don't tell me any spoilers because I'm only on episode 2, but I freaking love it. It's so good.
I'm not going to tell you any spoilers at all because I was the same way as you. Like, I was like, when I was watching it, I was like, don't tell me anything. Like, I was like,
talking about it. I'm doing everything to keep my like blinders on. But I love it. It's excellent so far.
right? It's really good. So, like, without any spoilers, everyone's going nuts about this show, Squid Game. Like, everyone's like, just like, oh, this is such a good show, and like, just everybody's talking about it. And the reason it's good, it's because people had artistic freedom to make something that had no preaching, even though it has a political message, which I'm not gonna get into. You don't have to see it that way. You can just see it as just a basic premise of what it is that you're watching, and be content that you're just watching some entertainment, and you're gonna call it a day, like it's and that's it. You're not watching it for like this incredible political statement or whatever it is. And it's doing so well that I was talking to Cameron Pasha the other night on Toxic Femme, and he was saying that the people in Hollywood are freaking out, and they not freaking out, but like, well, kind of freaking out, but like basically like eyes and ears raised, like, wait a minute, why is this doing so well? This Korean show that came out of nowhere with like barely any budget is doing so well, is basically beating all of our shows. What are we doing wrong? And what you're doing wrong is that you've gone so woke and political and using, freaking just everything, like, sexism.
It's hollow now because they're trying to use these messages, which they can convey very deep messages, right? Like woke doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be bad, but like when I think of the term woke in like quotation marks, I think it's hollow because it isn't actually abiding by the messages that it's trying to convey. Only ham-fisting those in for the sake of pleasing whatever ideology it is they're trying to please, and people that abide by that ideology. So it loses any real value or like traction, artistically speaking. But for me, something like Squid Game, I've watched, I think I'm on the 3rd episode now, and I'm picking up on some very what could be considered woke messages because it's very deep, it's very esoteric. It does speak on more political and cultural wavelengths, and it makes very deep statements about human psychology and how we develop and what choices we make and autonomy and all of those things. But it doesn't go down that path that's been so well tread by Hollywood now, that is just so freaking hollow and boring, and pandering, and like it's so predictable now. And I think Hollywood has dug itself into this terrible little trench where they can only move in one direction. It's just trying to one up themselves based on the woke points. And like, I don't have a problem with talking about, sexuality, religion, culture, anything. I'm open to all topics. But I would like for them to be done in a way that's actually thought provoking, and that actually takes a great amount of like working your mind out to create the stuff in the first place. I don't want to feel like the writer's room is just full of a bunch of people saying we should put this in there because we need to like show people that we're aware of like what's happening right now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And Salty Patriot says Squid Game is blatantly anti-China. And you know what the thing is I never picked that up when I was watching the show. Like, there was a little bit of like, yeah, you could hear like there's a couple things which you'll get into, Kelly. I don't want to spoil it for you, that you hear about China, and like you hear, but it wasn't blatant. Like I definitely wouldn't call it blatant. It wasn't something like, that's what I'm saying. It was a very like, it was so well done that like you could just literally watch it and not be a political person. Like you could literally know nothing about politics, and you would like this show, and you'd be like, oh, that's interesting. It made me think about what was whatever it was that made me think about, especially because of how psychological it was in terms of what goes on in the human psyche about what they're going through. But if you are a political person, then like Salty Patriot, you will see this kind of messaging as well, where you're like, it was blatantly anti-China, but it really wasn't. If you really think about it, like it wasn't like, hey, like we're anti-China, which would be like, which is kind of like the way it is now with the woke, what we call woke entertainment, is that they'll come and like blatantly tell you, like, for example, on the Falcon and the Winter Soldier, check your white privilege, do better. They literally say stuff like that, where it's like literally in the script, and you're just kind of like, okay, I'm not watching Marvel content to be preached at. Like, you guys need to stop.
Yeah, it's like, it's not. That's the thing. If you want to put those messages in a layered context where it actually makes sense in the world and the characters, that's one thing. But to just like, that's what I mean by like ham fisting these messages in, where you're trying to show people how woke you are. It's just, I'm so tired of it. I really don't watch mainstream Hollywood stuff anymore. It's just, I enjoy it. It's not fun anymore. I really just, I prefer independent films, smaller budget stuff. And even then, sometimes the stuff trickles in, but
yeah, I hear you. Clay says it's banned in China. Now, here's the thing, right? Like, back in the day, you used to be like, oh, it's banned in China. Like, that meant something. Now it doesn't mean anything, because things are getting banned now. Here, we're talking about whether Netflix USA is going to remove Dave Chappelle's closer. That doesn't mean anything anymore. And this is why this is such a scary time, where you're thinking about, something being banned in China doesn't really mean as crazy of a thing as it did back in the day, where we used to be like, oh, it's banned in China, because it'll never be banned in the US or in Canada. But it is being banned in US and Canada. Things like, did you guys hear, for example, that in Canada, they put out a statement, the government of Canada put out a statement saying that you're not allowed to say, let's go Brandon? Did you hear about that, John?
What the hell?
No
I didn't hear
joke.
about this.
No joke. It was a governmental memo saying that you were not allowed. It's against the law.
If you're in the government, or just
if you work for the government, you are not allowed to say, let's go Brandon. You are not allowed to say that. I'll bring it. I'll pull up the thing that people posted online, like the memo that it was posted. But that's what I'm saying. So like, back in the day, that would have been unheard of. People would be like, oh, what is this, China? Like, no, now we're talking about Canada and USA that are banning these kind of things. Droid Army, thank you so much for the $4.99. Says John looks like he's live from a sanitarium with a lovely shade of paddle wall blue. JK, I'm just used to seeing the comics.
It does look extremely empty in here. It really does.
I feel like you need to put up some posters or something.
Yeah, something needs to go on mine.
Yeah.
In this void of blue.
I like the color though. That's good. Yeah. So anyways, he said this, and then he said, with the closer, we understand that the concern is not about offensive to come to some content, but titles which could increase real world harm. There is no real world harm with the closer. He's just making some jokes. He is just joking around. While some employees disagree, we have a strong belief that content on screen doesn't directly translate to real world harm. Exactly. It doesn't translate to real world harm, because the people who decide to harm themselves are not deciding that based on Dave Chappelle's special. In a previous memo on Chappelle, Sarando had said that some people find stand-up to be mean-spirited, but our members enjoy it, and it's an important part of our content offering. Stand-up is mean-spirited? Man, these people, like, they literally have, like, no...
I mean, where does it stop, though? Like, if you remove or you censor, like, everything that offends, like, we wouldn't have anything at all.
Yeah.
right? Because
Real.
to some extent, like somebody out there is going to find something offensive, and do you just remove it because, 5, 10, or, 5%, let's say even as much as 5% of people out there are offended at Dave Chappelle's stuff. Do you remove it? Heck, if there's, the point is, like, obviously there's an audience for this. Even if like 80 or 90% of people are offended by something, oh well, it's your choice whether or not you want to watch it, whether or not you want to support it. This is what, like, we better just appreciate that we have a free and democratic, a somewhat free society here. Okay. Like,
For now.
yeah, like this is working in the opposite direction. It's like, this is not healthy or good. But the point is, like, everybody gets offended. Like, it doesn't matter if you're trans, doesn't matter who you are. I'm sure there's something out there that offends you.
I'll tell you this. There was a few years ago, I got really offended at a joke that I heard by a stand-up comedian. This was like maybe about 4 or 5 years ago now. And I didn't like, it had a visceral reaction to it. Like, I was like, I was clutching my pearls. Like, I was like, oh, like, I can't believe he said this. And I had a huge argument with my husband because he thought it was hilarious.
Oh no.
And like, he was laughing his ass off. And I'm like, how can you laugh at this? Like, this is trash. I can't believe you're laughing at this. And he's like, it was funny. And we got into a huge argument. Like, he slept on the couch that night. It was terrible. And I was like, I can't believe you think this. Like, I was just like, I was so shocked. And it was about that guy, what's his name? Rice? Andrew Rice?
Oh, yeah. I think I know who you're talking about.
That crazy dude. He used to do a lot of stand-up in like the 80s. And so he
Andrew Dice Clay.
That guy.
Yeah.
Andrew Rice Clay.
Man, I'm telling you,
this is getting racist,
dude,
Nina.
I forgot his name. He set me off. Like, I was so mad.
You remember what the joke was?
Yes, I'll tell you the joke.
Okay.
Well, I don't remember word for word, and I'm probably gonna butcher it, but it had to do with Japan getting nuked. And it had to do with like what they went through afterwards, like after they got nuked and like everything like that. And it was like, I thought it was in terrible taste. Like, I was like, I can't believe
I could see that.
Fun of something like that. Like, I can't believe that he would make fun of something that horrific and say that, like, what he did about. I don't remember exactly word for word what he said, but I remember I was like very upset about it.
Yeah.
And it was like, and like, his delivery and everything was funny, but I didn't like the punchline. I was like, that's bullshit. Like, these people died and like they went through a lot of, hardcore shit. And for you to like be making fun of that, it's like, I don't know. I didn't appreciate it. But at the same time, everybody was laughing in that audience. Like, that whole audience was laughing. I don't think anyone ever tried to cancel the guy over that joke. It just didn't sit right with me. But at the same time, I wasn't like, cancel this dude. Like, I was just like, I'm probably never going to watch another one of his stand-ups again because I just didn't think he was funny. Like, it wasn't like one of those things where I was like telling all my friends, like, if you watch this guy, you're evil. Like, I don't. But now it's become this thing where if you watch Dave Chappelle, apparently you're homophobic or you're transphobic and you're like all this stuff. And it's like, have you ever watched the guy's stuff? Like, he's not like that. And it's just, I don't know. And then what's funny is, like, later on, I found out that Andrew Dice's like, the thing that he was doing was all an act too. Like, this guy doesn't do this like in real life. In real life, he's a completely different person, and he was actually putting on an act, and it was all like part of his show, like what he was doing. And I don't know. I felt like it was a really strange time because I was like, it just makes me think about that and how I was like so Like I'm just like reflecting on that and how shocked I was, and I couldn't take that joke at the time. I was like, I can't take this joke. But I can see getting mad about a joke, but I can never see like trying to cancel someone over a joke. I don't know. Dice is crazy. I agree, man. I'm telling you that joke was crazy. You canceled your husband, Nina. I did. That night I was like,
Poor guy had to sleep on the couch because he thought a joke was funny.
yeah, I was like, you sleeping on the couch tonight. This is bullshit. Hey, I didn't divorce the guy. I just said no for one night. Oh my god, the chat is funny. They're giving me problems now. Okay, so that
he waited for you to laugh when it came to jokes from that, like, just to make sure.
No, he loves that guy. He's like, you're crazy for not liking Andrew, which is funny because now I don't mind a guy. Like I'll watch his stuff now and I'll be like, oh, that's funny. But like, and even like if I was to watch that joke that I'm telling you guys now, I'll probably laugh at it because I've changed in the last 5 years as a person. So I think my sense of humor is probably like matured. But I don't know. Women gotta women. It's true. It's true. Sheesh, Nina can babble. That's true. It's not true. That's true for all women. We talk a lot. That's why I'm a YouTuber now, because I can talk forever. But yeah, so like that happened in Netflix, and I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I won't be surprised if they take it away, and I won't be surprised if they keep it on.
Yeah, that's the thing. Nothing shocks me anymore. I won't be shocked. I'll have a feeling about it, I'm sure, but I'm not surprised by anything humans do anymore.
Yep.
Chaos Hoy's here and saying hi to us.
Hey, what's up, Chaos?
Hi. Hello. Good to see you. Okay. Next topic. Ruby Rose. Actually, wait. Let's talk about this first. This is funny.
Oh, by the way, Let's Go Brandon is it's competing with Adele. So Let's Go Brandon by Loza Alexander.
What, they made a song about it?
Yeah, you've never heard of the song?
No.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't hear the song.
Oh, okay. Well, it's on iTunes, and yeah. Did you want to?
Can we hear it, or is that gonna like get a copyright claim?
I think you're fine.
Yeah, let's listen to this Let's Go Brandon song.
So let's see.
Meanwhile, I'm gonna try and pull up that thing that I said about the Canadian government. Oh, and before we do that, we'll close out the segment on this tweet as well. Somebody tweeted this out. I think Zevius. Shout out to Zevius from Carlin. Just because you're offended does not mean the material is offensive. Perhaps you're just a self-absorbed prick and need to get over yourself, says George Carlin.
I love Carlin.
There you go. There you go.
So I probably needed to get over myself a little bit when I freaked out about that joke. I acknowledge that. Okay, here we go.
Are you sharing my screen?
Mhm.
Okay.
How have I not seen this? Wait, hold on. Pause it.
Yeah.
Kelly, do you know what's going on with Let's Go Brandon?
No idea what's going on.
Okay, we need to give her some background because she has no idea what's going on. Okay, so see that guy right there? Actually, can you pull up your video, John?
Sure. Yeah, I found a lot, like some people were confused about this. My dad had no idea when the kid said "Let's Go Brandon" what that was about.
You did, but you had your original video up too, though, right? About what the guy said.
Yeah, I've got it on my second channel here. There we go.
Oh, that's why I couldn't find it because I was looking for it the other day on Don Talks and I couldn't find
Okay.
it.
Yeah, just go on my other channel. The weird thing was, I got a copyright claim on when I tried to put it up on my channel, and I was like, I'll just upload it on the second channel instead, and I didn't get claimed for it there. So I'm like, oh, okay.
What the hell? That's weird. You could have
It's
probably
weird.
fought that claim though and probably won.
Yeah, well, and then vice versa. I had something else happen where it's like I got a claim on my second channel for a video, but it didn't show up for the one I put. So it's just weird how the automated,
So
you know,
stupid.
it doesn't pick up I don't know. But
I can't stand YouTube sometimes. Akins for $7.99 says, "Hey there, Nina, Kelly, and John. How can they make it illegal to say 'Let's go, Brandon'? It would need to be legalized, wouldn't it? In Canada, a lot of stuff is a lot easier to do than in the States.
I mean,
I'm
they have
gonna
cops on horses without guns.
sure,
I
we
mean,
do. Okay, so
this guy just won this NASCAR race, and the
Mhm.
crowd is just chanting F Joe Biden. And the reporter tries to play it off like they're saying, "Let's go, Brandon."
so here it is.
Thank you to all of our partners. Oh my, it's such an unbelievable moment.
Brandon, you also told me you can hear the chants from the crowd. Let's go, Brandon. You told me you were going to kind of hang back those.
So that's pretty much it. And it just continues. She just said that, you know, you can hear the chants from the crowd. Let's go, Brandon. So that's where the whole "Let's go, Brandon" evolved from. It's like, you're not hearing that. No, you're hearing "Let's go, Brandon." And,
NASCAR? What was this? Car
I don't
race?
know what particular race it was.
Yeah, like what is that quote they say? Like, don't believe your lying eyes. So it's like in this case, it's like don't believe your lying ears, because it's like people like they were literally chanting let's go, Brandon. And then it's like, oh no, it's not let's go, Brandon.
They were chanting "Let's go, Brandon," but then all of a sudden it transitioned to F Joe Biden.
No, I don't know if they were ever. I don't think
They
were
never
just chanting F
saying
Joe
let's go,
Biden.
Brandon. They were just saying
Yeah.
F Joe Biden, Kelly. And they've been saying F Joe Biden in every single arena, like big crowds of people, like in football and like all sorts of different, big crowd gatherings are saying F Joe Biden. And then this one like lady was like, you can hear the crowds saying, "Let's go, Brandon." And it's like, no, lady, that's not what we're listening to. So it just became like a phenomena of like, okay, how the media represents, what is actually happening, and how they go about trying to dissuade us from like the most basic thing where everyone can see what's happening, and then they're trying to play it off.
Yeah, that's the media for us, right? That's
exactly.
It's not a realistic lens. It's not a clear lens. It's very fogged.
Mm-hmm. And so this is another thing that happened. So now it's become this thing. So wherever you see "Let's go, Brandon," people are actually
like code for
it's
F Joe
code.
Biden.
Oh, so now it's a new code. It's like its own little meme now.
Yeah,
pretty much. Yeah. So this was another NASCAR race that happened shortly after the "Let's go, Brandon" thing started going.
Parts, they're going to help kick this thing off. All right, guys, ready? In 3, 2, 1.
Drivers, start your engines. Let's go, Brandon.
There are many ways of saying who you are and how you feel.
Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon.
A lot of soul searching there. A lot of soul searching. So anyways, that's where that started. Then this guy, I think his name's Loza Alexander. He started, he made a music, or he made a song. This is the music video too, and now it's on iTunes, and it's like right up there with Adele's "Easy on Me," her new single. It's showing here he's number 2.
Wow. I'm gonna go download that on iTunes tonight. Okay.
So yeah, it's I guess it says a little something about how people feel. I don't know.
Let's hear the song.
Okay.
I can't stand the media. Okay, here we go. I love this.
And the rest of it you can go on
Can you DM me this? This is amazing.
Yeah, sure.
I don't want to forget what this is about, so I can download it on.
Well,
iTunes.
some other rapper did a song called F Joe Biden, and that song did pretty good too. I think this one's been doing better. Yeah.
Oh.
But yeah.
Rudy says Kelly's the most grounded and whole person here from staying away from these things. I wouldn't bring her into this culture. She's already living the healthiest. It's true. She is.
Yeah. We don't want to. We don't want.
Sorry, Kelly.
No, it's okay. Hey, like this is, it's kind of like if you're walking in a path with 3 people, you can always learn more from. It doesn't matter how many people you're with. I always look at it as like I'm learning more from both of your perspectives, from everyone in the chat that's sharing from these things. It's not that I don't want to watch the news necessarily or read the news or consume the news. It's that I'm very careful with the information, the energy I engage with on a day-to-day basis, just to try to keep like Rudy said, to try to keep myself as whole as possible. And I do find certain things detract from how I feel internally and how regulated I feel in my day-to-day life, how I'm able to be a productive member of society. I find if I focus on certain things, it detracts from my ability to be the best version of myself. So I look at this, though, interacting with you guys, hearing from you guys, hanging out. This is, for me, it is my learning experience, and this is my insight into this world and this reality, and it is important in that way. So I value this. I just don't seek it personally, but that doesn't mean that I don't also think it's valuable and think it's valuable that you guys value this. So
that's very well said. And like, it's just I love that about you, that you can separate yourself from all of this. I think I need to do more of that. I need to bring more balance into like separating myself from all the crazy. Ancient One says 190 like hype. Thank you guys. Make sure you smash the like. Let's get us to 200. And also, okay, so like just something for fun. I did see this on Ricada Law last night, and I thought this was really funny, so I want to talk about it. So shout out to Nick Ricada for always having amazing content. A New Zealand city is taking its official wizard off the payroll after over 2 decades.
Wizard?
Did you hear about this, John?
No.
So this is the dude.
Wait, it's not Gandalf?
No, he's legit a wizard, self-proclaimed.
He was on the payroll?
Yeah, so this is the craziest story. I didn't
Are
even
they taking
know.
him off because he won't get vaccinated?
No, that's
that would
not
have
why.
put a whole nother spin on this story.
That would have been hilarious, but that is not the reason. Gandalf, you're fired. Based wizard. Define wizard, please. Yeah, self-proclaimed. So this gets really.
So this
funny.
guy was actually getting taxpayers' dollars.
Wow.
Yeah. And some people say he was into necromancy, which I don't. Okay. So, anyways, Christchurch, New Zealand is parting ways with its official city wizard after more than 2 decades. His offensive remarks about women and the local government's new tourism strategy reportedly spelled his doom. I don't know what he said about women, but I'm very interested.
It sounds like a Babylon Bee thing almost. It's just
I know, right? This
New Zealand wizard makes remarks about women, and
this is unreal. This is
offensive.
When, like, the universe has a sense of humor, and I'm here for it because this is freaking amazing. Ian Brackenbury, because I guess that's what his name is. Ian Brackenbury channel is known as the Wizard of New Zealand, apparently even on official documents like his passport. He's been on the Christchurch City Council's payroll since 1998, receiving an annual salary of 16,000 New Zealand dollars, which is equal to 11,000 in current USD, to provide acts of wizardry and other wizard-like services. I don't know what that means. I feel like hitting up Gary from Nerdrotic and being like, "What does this mean?" Because I feel like you're a bit of a wizard. What does that mean exactly? I don't know.
I mean, 16,000. I wonder how often he worked. Did he work like the weekends or whenever they needed him to do some necromancing or whatever?
Yeah,
casting a spell. Do witches? No, I mean, do wizards cast spells, or is that a witch thing? Okay,
they both do it. As part of the promotional,
does he make house calls for
I would assume
in
so.
the government? You know, they're like, hey, we need you to drop by.
I would assume so. Yes, I would assume so. I think that would be part of his deal to do that. But I mean, I don't know. So he was providing acts of wizardry and other wizard-like services as part of his promotional work for the city of Christchurch, according to New Zealand news site Stuff. But his job title will soon become, like many wizards before him, a thing of a legend. The council has met with the wizard and sent him letters thanking him for his services to Christchurch over the past decade and informing him that we are bringing our formal contractual agreement to a close, said Lynn McClelland, the council's assistant chief executive. She said the final payment will be made in December. The decision was a difficult one, according to McClelland. She explained that Christchurch's promotional landscape is changing to increasingly reflect our diverse communities and showcase a vibrant, diverse, modern city that is attractive to residents, domestic and international visitors, new businesses, and skilled migrant workers. I don't know. I would feel like if I went to somewhere and they said, "This is our city's wizard," I would like that. I think that would be kind of
I guess
cool.
You would definitely shows that they're open.
Yeah.
To like
for sure. They know how to have
other
fun.
Schools of thought.
Yeah. They have a good sense of humor. They don't take themselves too seriously.
Yeah. Does it fall into like religious territory in terms of?
I think it does, yeah, because it's kind of like witchcraft, right? Like Wiccan, that's a religion. Like,
I mean, if you want to get super technical about it, I don't know. I mean, I guess what I'm saying, like, you can make the argument. Obviously, this was like some sort of, I'm guessing, some sort of like city tradition that's been passed down.
I'm guessing too,
or not city, but well, yeah. I mean, something that's just been passed down throughout the decades. I mean, it's got to be to where it's just more of. Well, I don't know. I don't know if this guy is a legit wizard. You know, I'm just thinking like, is he just the face? You know that.
Lettuce asks if they filmed Lord of the Rings in Queensland, I believe. I don't know if Christchurch is anywhere near.
Well, it was New Zealand.
It was New Zealand
that they filmed Lord of the Rings, so it's probably not too far, I imagine.
Queensland, I believe.
Okay.
But different parts, I'm sure.
A different part, yeah. That may not have been the only reason, the Guardian reports, citing controversial comments Chanel made back in April. He said, "I love women. I forgive them all the time. I've never struck one yet. Never strike a woman because they bruise too easily in the first thing. And they'll tell the neighbors and friends." This dude sounds like he's beat up a couple women.
Then you're
or he's just a comedian, you know, posing as a wizard. I don't know.
"And then you're in big trouble," he said at the screening of a current affairs show.
Like, I could see Bill Burr saying all of that right there. Like, that's kind of Bill Burr, you know. I mean, obviously he's joking, right?
Is he though? I don't know.
Well, maybe you're just thinking that because he's a wizard, but I mean, maybe he's a wizard / comedian. I don't know. I mean, nobody can be
Well, I mean,
serious.
the guy goes, I've never
say
struck one yet, but if you do, like, never strike one because they bruise too easily, and the first thing they'll do is tell their neighbors and friends. This sounds like he's
this
talking
is
from
fun.
personal
Like,
experience.
Again, Nina, I think you're taking this too seriously. I'm gonna be sleeping on
I can't not take this seriously. This is actual news. This guy
is
was
a wizard. I mean, I don't know. Like, it sounds like, I don't know. It just sounds like it's.
No,
I think
it's
he's obviously joking. I don't think this guy's beat any. You don't. I don't think you talk like this if you actually beat
wizard
women.
dice.
I could be.
Play.
What do you think, Kelly?
I don't know, because I don't have the full story. I don't know if this guy was just like an eccentric, like, local that they were like, yeah, if you want to be a wizard, just be a wizard. You can bring in tourism. We'll give you a stipend. Or if he was a legitimate person, but like if he was an eccentric guy, maybe he did say that and he was serious, and they were just like, oh, we can't have this on the record now, so we're gonna get rid of this.
I don't know if he was serious. I mean,
if you actually did beat women, do you want to tell a show on TV?
No, but if he's not up with the times, if he isn't paying attention to what the temperature, what the thermostat is reading for maybe he doesn't realize how tone deaf he sounds. There are people that talk. Sometimes I hear people talk. I'm like, oh my gosh, you can't say that kind of stuff anymore because people are going to go after you. People.
Now they're going to be going down.
Like, it could be serious or not serious. Like, some people are serious on what they say. Yes. And I agree with that.
Well, he said I never struck one, so
he said I never struck one yet.
Right.
I think that's funny.
It is funny. I find this funny regardless of whether he's serious or not, because it's funny that someone would say that in that way. But I guess because it's in written text, we can't really know the nuance.
Yeah, you don't know the tone or anything like that.
See, I feel like this is something that I could say, and obviously it's like, I mean, I wouldn't say, like, I probably wouldn't say this, but I've said some stuff that's a little, that it's just so absurd that somebody is like joking. Like, it's to me, this is how it feels. Like, I could see myself saying this in jest, but that's why it's funny because it's so ridiculous. You know?
Exactly.
I
mean, this whole thing was ridiculous to me. I was listening to Nick Rekieta talk about this last night, and I was like, is this for real? Like, I can't believe this town had a wizard that they were paying for, like, God knows how long. What the hell? Like, that is weird. Rudy says, the guy is being Chappelled. It sounds like humor is being taken out of context. Some reporter needed a story. Well, I think the story is that the town stopped paying him. And he got fired for this comment. Like,
I mean, it's not the smartest thing to say.
He got fired for this. That there's a story here.
I'm curious what the context was. Like, how do you even get to this portion of the conversation?
Okay, so let's read on.
Like,
maybe they'll say,
Mr. Wizard, how do you feel about women?
Okay,
I mean,
yeah. Let's see. Maybe it says Chanel told stuff that that the council had waved him off because he didn't fit the city's modern image, calling him a bunch of bureaucrats who have no imagination and are not thinking of ways to promote Christchurch overseas. Despite his disappointment, Chanel promised to keep visiting Christchurch Arts Center to chat with tourists and locals. It makes no difference. I will keep going, he said. They will have to kill me to stop me. Wow, this guy's dedicated.
Next article we find, wizard
dead.
Found dead.
Wow, this poor guy.
Silenced.
He
must have known something.
Suspicious death. Yeah.
His career spanned from academia to wizardry. Chanel's life and work are actually subject of a current exhibit at the ongoing Christchurch Heritage Festival, which is ironically sponsored by the city council.
Wow.
The event description.
He didn't beat any women. He just talked about it.
He just talked about it. Well, he said yet, so that's fine. The event description notes that Christchurch is the only city in the world to have had its own wizard since 1982, By the time it adds, Chanel had already become the world's first art gallery appointed living work of art. For 40 years, neither title and accompanying roles had been granted to anyone else anywhere in the world, organizers wrote. He not only created his own social identity, which includes living in an alchemical marriage, but as an academic cultural theorist and an experimentalist, he designed the existential universe he has been living in since 1972. You can read more about the wizardry in his own words on his website. Ooh,
He's got a website.
he's got a website. We're going to this. Oh my God, this is funny. Okay, hold on. Oh my God, that was really loud. His website has weird sounds. How do you mute this? Hold on. Mute site.
He's got a video on like how to beat women if I did.
If I did it.
It's kind of like OJ. Like
OJ's book.
If I did it, you know.
If I
like-
did it.
It's OJ's book, If I Did It. Oh my God. Okay. Chanel was born in London in 1932, according to biography from the Christchurch City Council Libraries. Before getting into wizardry, he spent time as a Royal Air Force navigator, studied psychology and sociality, traveled in the Middle East, and taught in both Tehran, that's interesting, and Australia.
Wow, this guy's lived a lot of lives.
Yeah. I mean, he's been to Iran. That's pretty interesting. He had appointed wizard.
Maybe that's where he did it.
He got into the women beating or the dark arts.
Both, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I
More so
can see
the former.
I can see that.
Because they actually do that there. So
they do both. Because the other I think there was a couple of years ago, one of the Iranian presidents, he got into trouble because he was contacting there was this whole rumor that they were contacting they were using Ouija boards and doing dark arts and dark magic.
That's probably
and shit
punishable
like that.
by death, right?
Not really, no.
Oh, okay.
No, he's still alive, but he got in trouble for it. You're not supposed to do that, or at least let it get out that you're doing that. He was appointed wizard of the University of New South Wales by the school's vice chancellor and the students' union in 1969. He moved to Christchurch in 1974 and soon became a recognizable performer and public speaker in the city's Cathedral Square, where he would stand atop of a ladder dressed in a long cloak and pointed hat. New Zealand governor calls Chanel notable for reviewing ancient art of rhetoric and said he was most often seen in the square in Christchurch synthesizing the ideas of famous philosophers. This doesn't sound like a bad thing. I think that sounds really cool. The police tried to arrest him at one point, according to the BBC, but members of the public protested, and the square was ultimately designated an area for public speaking. The wizard became recognized as a tourist attraction, and his acolytes grew from there. He was appointed the official arch wizard of Canterbury in 1980 and designated a living work of art by the New Zealand Art Gallery Directors Association in 1982. In 1990, the Prime Minister, Mike Moore, appointed him the Wizard of New Zealand. A photo of on Chanel's website shows a letter from the Prime Minister urging him to consider taking up such a role. Boy, have the times changed. It occurred to me that you are currently the Wizard of Christchurch exclusively, Moore wrote. As a loyal Christchurch MP, I am pleased about that, but as Prime Minister, I am concerned that your wizardry is not officially at the disposal of the entire nation. He noted that this would likely carry implications in the area of spells, blessings, curses, and other supernatural matters that are beyond the competence of a mere Prime Minister. He boasts a unique resume, though it's thinned in recent years. Let's check out this website for a second.
Yeah. Curious what a wizard's website looks like.
It's a very unique resume, I must say. He's lived a lot of lives.
Yeah, he's an educated guy for sure.
I'm impressed.
Very.
Introduction to Wizards
I
World.
love it. It looks like a 90s website. I love this.
This might never have been updated.
It's great. Oh, this is perfect.
His background picture is a little creepy.
This is funny. This is
one
like
way
the website I would have made for myself when I was like 12.
Me too.
This is so cute.
It says introduction to the Wizard's World. One way to avoid wasting valuable time on a site that may turn out to be boring, misleading, or too specialized is to understand. It is to look at the life history of its creator. That's interesting.
Wow.
So then he goes into what he did. Like he was a choir boy at St. Michael's from 1942 to 45. Boy Scout leader in Kent, 1946 to 51.
Little suspect.
Oh my.
No, they were probably okay back then. I take it back.
Were they though?
I don't know.
He was the Royal Air Force officer in Winnipeg, Canada in 1952. I didn't know you could get into military without being a citizen of that said country.
And they'll take anybody, right?
I don't think that's true. Because I remember I wanted to join the U.S. Army, and they told me I couldn't because I was a U.S. citizen. They told me I have to join the Canadian military, and I was like, Canada has a military? They got really mad at me. Paper merchants, representative in London in 1954 to 58. I think this guy's making shit up. What is this?
That might be part of wizardry.
I guess that's the alchemy of his job, is creating things.
This guy could have been a bum off the street.
He was a teacher in Tehran from 1958 to 1960. Well, he wasn't there during the war. He was there in the best of times in Tehran. First cultural affairs officer in the University of UK, Leeds, 1962 to 3. Starts in winning team and first series of Granada's TV University Challenge in 1963, and so on and so forth. Man, this guy has lived a life.
He has a podcast?
He does? Wait, where does it say? Oh shit, he does a podcast. Oh god. This picture's so
he knows how to market himself.
The Chosen People. That doesn't sound good.
Oh no.
Mind control. Magic words. Critical humor theory.
It's a PDF podcast. Oh, okay. Critical humor theory. Oh boy.
That's interesting. The wizard talks about his book. Oh, he also has a book.
Well, of course.
I'm not surprised about that.
Who is the wizard? Well, anyways,
credentials.
Yeah.
Can we just go to photo galleries really quick? I just want to.
Sure. Yeah. Photo galleries. Let's go here and check it out.
Oh, it's pretty limited.
It's like him photoshopped into like all these historical photos.
Okay.
I don't know, dude. That looks like it could be him.
That's probably him. You never know.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow, this guy is legit some weirdo.
What's that one on the right? Oh, okay.
Is that a gnome?
I think so. Yeah. Well, his thing, I think he might be more of a comedian than a wizard. This whole thing might be one
cool here. That
big act.
Cool.
A performance artist or something.
Yeah.
Well, they did say that he's a walking work of art.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So
it's starting to make a little more sense.
Yeah, I think
he sounds like he's just taken this role and just kind of like making faces. Oh, great, he's Rasputin.
I like how it said he has a like a storied resume, but it's thinned over the years because he's only been a wizard for however many years.
Right.
So his resume was really, really rich and bulky, and then all of a sudden he was just a wizard.
Oh
That's
my
all.
god. I liked how he taught in Tehran in like the best of times. Like that was wow. That's interesting.
Well, the government destroyed all the records before, so we can't
Right.
prove it.
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, that government is either destroyed all the records or keeping them in secret bunkers because they also do that. So my I used to have a friend. He was what Persians call the Sayyid, which means that he was related to like the imams who were related. So it's like a lineage passed down from the prophets. And they get to see certain things that the plebes don't. For example, like this guy was allowed to have access to like in his school, he had access to the like this basement where they hid all the books and all the knowledge and all the things that they took from the war and they hid it.
Oh, okay.
They hid it in this room. And I like he would like so they had all like the secret knowledge in there for like like anything about UFOs, aliens, conspiracy theories, like all the stuff that you could not read back then was here. And he would go and read them. So I
It's
think
like the Indiana Jones last scene, Raiders of the Lost Ark, where all that
Yeah.
stuff is in
So they have a
boxes.
lot of that stuff going on in Iran, in Iran, and I think that this guy, probably the history of him working there would be in these rooms, like this wizard that worked there and the knowledge he attained. John Burns, thank you so much for the tune. He says, "Rah rah, Rasputin, lovers, lover of Russian queen." I love that song.
You guys,
love
I
it,
hate
love
to
it,
do
love
this.
it.
This has been so fun, but I do have to be up early and I am getting
Sure.
a little tired. So I do want to part ways, but this has been amazing. Thank you so much for having
No
me.
problem. I'm so
Yeah, you
happy to
bet.
see you, Kelly. I'm so glad you reached out. Please do again anytime you feel like hanging out. Let us know. And you are always, always welcome. So please tell everyone where they can find you before you go.
Thank you. You guys can find me on YouTube. I have a channel called Jedi Bunny. I'm not really on other social media, so that's the best place to find me. And thank you so much for hanging out, chat. I've been watching you guys and reading your messages, so thank you so much for hanging out. You're all awesome. Nina and John, it's been great hanging out with you guys again. I've missed you. This was really fun. I love
I
our
missed you
conversation.
too.
So let's do this again, hopefully sometime soon.
Definitely real
Yeah,
soon. And
whenever you want.
also, anytime you want to come on Fridays, I do my show at 3:45. So let me know if you want to come talk about good news and good stuff.
I do. I
Just let me
definitely
know.
do. It's my favorite thing. Okay, awesome. You guys
Have a
are
good night, Kelly. Everybody, Kelly's link is in the description. Make sure you're subscribed.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly, for coming on. I'm gonna put Kelly's channel in the chat, so subscribe,
Thank
guys.
you, John.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
See you,
Have
Kelly.
a good night,
You
Bye.
too.
Bye.
Bye.
Everyone loves Kelly. So much love for
Well,
Kelly.
how can you not? Come on.
I know, she's so great. Thank you everybody for hanging out with us tonight. We haven't even talked about Ruby Rose, but I wanted Kelly to hear about the wizard story because I was like, Ruby Rose. Besides,
Yeah.
she already said she knew about that anyway.
Sure.
The Gaming Lounge is here. I don't know if you're leaving or not, the Gaming Lounge, but we're still continuing the show. Kelly was she had to take off. I don't know if you mean us. By the way, I did have a special announcement to make as well, which I totally forgot to make earlier. So the special announcement is next week for our guest. It's going to be Eric July, aka Young Ripa, and I'm so excited to be able to talk to him finally about all the craziness. So that'll be fun. Aren't you excited, John?
Oh yeah, definitely. Big fan.
There's
Big
Kelly's
fan.
channel. Everybody, make sure you
Subscribe.
check out Kelly.
Do it. Do it. Yeah, Kelly's awesome.
She's great. She's such a wonderful, sweet person. It's very hard to find these days.
It is a rarity for sure.
Yeah. Yes, it is nice. I'm so excited about Eric July. Very excited. Let me close some of these tabs. Okay, bye, wizard guy. Oh, here's the thing that I forgot to show you before we get into the Ruby Rose stuff. So Chris Guy tweeted, "Let's Go Brandon has been banned by the Canadian government. This is how terrified they are of a joke because the last thing they want is for you to stop taking their scam seriously." So this is from the government of Canada. When you get letters like this, it always freaks me out because that's like from the government. Says, "Good day. This is a formal notification that all government correspondence must be professional in nature and approved by department heads. When applicable, all correspondence must be vetted by the PMO for framing and message prior to the public discourse or internal distribution. Further, signature blocks, salutations must be approved, messaging and provided in bilingual format as designated by the regional guidelines. 1A, the use of colloquialism or sayings with intended double meaning or offensive are strictly prohibited in all of correspondence and or communications. 1B, specifically the use of the words 'Let's go Brandon' and any variation thereof under the circumstances is banned by the Canadian Public Service."
All right. Well, let's proceed, Brandus. How about that one?
Any variations?
Is it? Did they specify though?
They said any variations.
Any variations?
They said specifically the use of the words "Let's go Brandon" and any variation thereof
It's so
under
gay.
any
is gay.
circumstance is banned by the Canadian Public Service.
Gosh.
Yeah, let's go Trudeau.
Yeah, how about that one?
We need this. Like we need our version to become let's go Trudeau.
What a weak ass government. God.
Unbelievable. Like this is why it's so crazy to me, like because they hate, like they absolutely hate humor.
Talk about suppressing, like this just makes, like this would make me want to now if I'm in the government, want to do something like this.
Tina says there have been instances of "Let's go Justin." Amazing. We need it. We need more of that. We need more of that.
F you, Trudeau.
Tim, what's going on, Tim? I saw you asking about John's wall. John may be moving soon, so he took down the comics.
Yep. It's just time. It was time for a change anyways, but yeah. You can actually kind of see the outlines of them.
You can see it a little bit.
Yeah. I got the paint, so I could always paint over it. But
why would you paint if you're moving?
Well, if I'm staying.
Oh, if you're staying.
If it's bothering me enough, but
yeah.
We'll see.
And then get like some posters.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. What's your favorite movie? Jurassic Park? Get a Jurassic Park poster.
Yeah. Could do that.
Okay. Ruby Rose. Ruby Rose. She said a bunch of shit on Instagram. Okay, here we go. I woke up to this and I was like, ho, let me make some popcorn. And I was like super excited to see if Az says anything. And then he's like, I'm going to do a video about it tomorrow. And I was like, we should have done it today. Today. I want to hear what you have to say. But obviously I'll watch it tomorrow. In a series of terrifying Instagram stories. Terrifying?
Did you read them?
Yes.
Did you read some of this stuff?
Yeah. I read all of her posts. I didn't read this thing. Whatever the hell this is.
Well, I thought the posts were some of the stuff that went down.
Yeah, like, that's what we're gonna go.
One girl that worked on there was paralyzed.
Yeah.
She got
those are crazy. I mean, that's what we're gonna do is basically read her version. You know what? I think I have those that Stephanie posted. Shout out to Stephanie, my nerdy home. She posted what Ruby Rose had said this morning. So we can just read those.
Okay.
Because that's basically the most important parts.
Yeah. I mean, straight from the horse's, well, straight from Ruby Rose's mouth. She's not a horse, folks.
Is she taking ivermectin? Oh, never mind. Sorry, it was just a joke, Mama Susan. Don't take me down. Wait, I can joke about that because it's horse medicine, right?
I think so.
I
But
think-
yeah, whatever.
I think that's it. Okay, hold on. My nerdy home. Shout out to Stephanie. She's so awesome. Okay. She posted like 2 different times. So I pulled one up and now I'm pulling up the other one. Okay, here we go. Oh no, that's the one that. Okay, here we go. All right, I got it. So Ruby Rose woke up on the wrong side of the bed today and decided to go on Instagram and air out some dirty laundry. And we're all here for it because when celebrity goes nuts, we got to see this shit. Okay, I can't even read this because it's so.
Can you magnify it, maybe?
No. It's not happening.
I can do it on mine.
Can you? Okay, great. Do it.
Yeah. So did you retweet? Can you retweet Steph's post?
Yeah.
And I'll just I'll do it from my side. Let's
Yeah.
see.
Or I could just send it to you. That's easy.
Yeah, if you just retweet it, it's easier.
I just retweeted it.
Okay. All right, I'm finding it right now. Sorry, folks. We will. Okay, bam. Found it. Okay. Okay, we're doing it. We're doing it live.
We're doing it live.
All right. As Steph says, holy shit. Ruby Rose. Whoops. Ruby Rose. Oh, wait, that's not.
Wait, do you want me to?
There it is. Ruby Rose has
Magnifier.
just exploded on Instagram regarding Batwoman. By the way, subscribe to My Nerdy Home.
Yes.
On YouTube, and she also is here on the Twitter. Okay. Imagine taking a huge pay cut to play a passion project and being so excited about Comic-Con, and then being told they would not adjust the schedule so I could attend, but then saying we won't announce it. You have to. So they're actually making her, make it look like it's her fault, right? Or that she's backing out. Basically, this is about like WB really just being shitty to Ruby Rose. Like, I don't know how else to say it. But
WB or CW?
Well, Warner, I believe that. I know somebody said that it's ultimately like under the umbrella of Warner Brothers. I don't, because Batwoman, the property is WB.
Warner Bros. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know who's necessarily. Well, I guess Carolyn Dries. She kind of gets into it a little bit. So, and me putting my foot down and saying, why must I be the face of this? Only to be told if I didn't do this video, they would be silent and people would turn up to find out on the day I wasn't there. I folded. I wanted to do what it took, but then being told, cover your scar, we don't want to see that scar on the video. And you wonder why I posted my surgery video. So I guess she was also injured on the set too.
That I knew about because we had heard that she got injured prior to, and she goes into that. I had heard that she got injured on the set of Batwoman, but I didn't know all these other people got injured that we knew nothing about. Just take a pause for a moment here. Let me just read the super chat.
Sure.
Thank you so much for the $5. John Burns says, "Hi panel, Nina, you'll love the new female Calgary mayor and the all-female school board trustees. Sounds like fun, John. Sounds like fun.
Yay!
Yay! But also, John, for another toonie, says reports of Hooters servers uniform. Thanks for mentioning that. We're gonna bring that up because I really want to hear John's thoughts on that. We'll get into that right after this whole shit show.
You're gonna get an authentic reaction.
Oh, you have no idea what's going on?
Yeah,
oh my God, it's gonna be amazing. Thank you for
Cool.
bringing that up, John. Burns, I'm gonna pull that up before I forget so that we have it while you read this. Okay, go ahead.
So I guess this was like the latter part of their Instagram story. But she says, in closing, please, to my dear fans, stop asking if I will return to that awful show.
Well, hold on. No, let's go in order.
Well, I think these are like the most I'm not sure why it's only
I can bring it. Hold on, I can bring it up
Okay.
from her. Here's her, because when Kaylee said bring up her Instagram, I was like, duh, we can just do that. So this is her Instagram. It started with, I will come far, or sorry, I will come for you. So what happens to me never happened to another, perhaps again. And so I can finally take back my life and the truth. Shame on you. Then it started with Peter Roth.
Hey, whenever a girl says that, never mind. I'm not gonna say it.
Wait, what? What were you
gonna say it.
No, say it.
No, I just no.
He's like, I don't want to get canceled. Peter Roth, you are first up. You are cheaper. What? Why did she use this font?
Yeah, it is difficult to read.
Your chapter are what?
You are chapter 1.
Yeah, you're chapter 1. Not sure if you left after getting promoted to the highest position because you just couldn't stop making young women steam your pants around your catch while you were still wearing said pants. Oh my God. Or if you left after pulling a private investigation on me,
Yeah, folks, if you ever this ever happens to you, just don't use this font.
Yeah, don't do no.
You know, use Arial, Helvetica,
anything but this.
Classic, yeah, something classic. You know, this is just it's not the most readable.
Fitted as soon as the report didn't fit your narrative. Either way, when it comes to you, there's already an army waiting for us. And then she shared her videos of her CAT scans and her doctor visits of being injured. More videos of that. Again, more videos of that. Okay, here we go. Cut to 3 weeks later after this video. It was that abnormal. This was diagnosed years ago and on set. But if I got an X-ray, we wouldn't make our day. I have documented this for years. On top of that, I have enough documentation to make a 1 hour documentary. Pray tell, what else would you like me to share? The broken neck or the broken rib split in 2 and in the in the something, man. Sensitive content. This is what I think is gonna be put on the Dave Chapelle special. Why is it sensitive? I want to see nudity. Oh wait, why is she muted?
Oh, so this was this was the Comic-Con. This was the video that she posted before.
Oh, okay.
And she's talking about that video and why she did it.
Hey guys, it's me.
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
I come with bad news, sad news. I will unfortunately not be able to make it to Comic-Con this year, and it is devastating. I have wanted to go to.
See, I remember that.
Yeah,
when
I
she
remember
made
that too.
video.
I think I did a video on that. And it was like Ruby Rose is chickening out because meanwhile it's like the studio's putting her up to this. I can't even remember. I can't remember the take that I had on, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was it.
Poor girl.
Yeah.
You like destroyed her.
You didn't destroy her. I mean, that show was she even says the show was shit. I've always said this, like, I think the reason the show is so bad is it really boils down to the writing. Like, I didn't think that Ruby was like helping it, but then again, knowing all of this behind the scenes drama and stuff, like, I really do feel bad for her, and I don't think it was an environment for her to do her best work either.
I agree with you. Definitely not. I mean, the environment she described sounds really bad.
Yeah.
So this is what
all
she
right,
said.
You want me to take it over from here, or?
Yeah, if you want to. I'd rather not read.
Let me see. Okay. Okay, so she says, in closing, please, to my dear fans, stop asking if I will return to that awful show. See, she said it was awful. I wouldn't return for any amount of money, nor if a gun were to my head, nor did I quit. I know, that's pretty, nor did I quit. I do not quit. They ruined Kate Kane. See, she agrees with, she agreed with all of us, and they destroyed Batwoman. Not me. I followed orders, and if I wanted to stay, I was going to have to sign my rights away. Any threats, any bullying tactics, or blackmail will not make me stand down. A crew member got third-degree burns over his body.
That's crazy.
Yeah, this sounded like this was one of the things that sounded horrific. And we were given no therapy after witnessing his skin fall off his face.
That's insane.
What the hell? Like, what kind of stunts required this?
Right?
Like, this sounds, couldn't just CGI this? Like, why? How in the world do you get third-degree burns? Oh my gosh. Like, I'm just curious what scene that was and if it was actually left in the show, like some of it. Ugh, burnt, like his
I never watched the show.
Off his face? That's
I never watched the show, so I wonder. That's what I'm looking forward to Az's video tomorrow, because he's seen every single one of those episodes. So he'll be like, yeah, that was the episode where this dude got burned. I'll be like, oh.
This sounds horrific, man. After witnessing his skin fall off his face, like that sounds
crazy. It's like, I mean, when I was a kid, story time. When I was a kid, I accidentally I was a very rambunctious kid, and we were in Iran, and I was like, I must have been maybe 4 or 5 years old, and the power went out, and my family, they were all sitting on the ground, because in Iran you sit on the ground, it's a cultural thing. And they were all drinking hot tea, and I hit my dad's tea, and it was like hot boiling water, and it went on my foot, and it was like, it burned me really, really bad, and they had to take me to the burn center. And that night I saw third-degree burn victims, and I still can't get those images out of my mind. And it was the most insane thing. When you see burn victims alive, like it's something that will burn in your memory. She saw it happen in real life, like in real time.
Actual, yeah,
like the actual burning. Like, I saw it after the fact, because they had already burned and they were already like done, and they were like crispy humans. But it was still really messed up to see as a 4-year-old. Like, it's something you're never gonna forget. But this, man, like, that sounds freaking terrifying. Sounds terrifying.
Yeah, Revenge of the Sith was, I mean, I was older when I saw that last scene with Anakin, like, burning alive.
Yeah. Like, imagine seeing that in real life.
Oh my gosh. Just hearing like the screams, like the sound that would come out of somebody burning alive.
Ugh.
Oh, well, if you ever do see Midsummer, well,
I
anyways,
won't.
there's a scene of somebody burning alive, and that was like, oh my gosh.
Oh, they burn some. Oh no.
Yeah.
Kai says for $3, Ruby sounds like how Joe described her. Sweet. I'm talking. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about, Kai. Joe Malazzi, and yeah, he had a lot of really kind things to say about her.
Isn't it funny too how these producers and the people that were trying to make this show like ultra woke, and these are the people behind it. These
the weirdos.
We'll read on because yeah. So, but I was the only one who sent him flowers and cards, and then we're told we had to do a sex scene without a minute to process. Now, I'm assuming that these things happen,
separately, yeah.
Yeah, because it sounds like she goes into all these things that happen.
But she's doing it on an Instagram story. I mean, I kind of feel like,
yeah, maybe not the best platform
format. Yeah,
yeah. But apparently she had to do a sex scene without a minute to process, and I'm thinking this was like right after this happened too.
Oh, like she saw some dude get burned, and then
Yeah.
like literally had to like do a sex scene.
Yeah, they probably ran him to the hospital. And it's like, okay, next
go.
scene. Like, I'm curious what scene that was, because obviously,
Mhm.
again, like, yeah, you're not gonna be like, your acting isn't gonna be, it's not like the best, most conducive environment to get into character and really, do your best work after you witness something like that, unless the scene, actually has something, to like where a person maybe has PTSD or has been gone through a traumatic experience. But yeah, this is like,
Robert, while
I'm surprised they ain't shut down for the rest of the day.
Yeah, while I usually agree with you, I don't know, man. Seeing somebody burn alive, I mean, she's still a human being, unless she's a psychopath that can just turn it off. Like she's just like, "Oh, whatever, I don't really care."
If you see something like that, it'd be like, I can't work today. Like,
Yeah, I'd be like, I'm out.
Yeah.
I would be like, I'm taking a personal day. Bye. Like, I wouldn't even fucking stay around.
Yeah, I mean, that's insane. So she also says we lost 2 stunt doubles. I don't know, what does that mean?
I think it meant they quit.
Okay.
I think, because I'm assuming it doesn't mean death, because if it was death, I don't know. I'm guessing.
But maybe after they saw the lack of like care for stunt doubles, they're like, I'm out of here. I'm gonna be
bye. I would too. I'd be like, see ya. Like,
this ain't worth it.
Yeah, this no amount of money is worth it when you see stuff like that.
So she got cut in the face so close. So she says, I got cut in the face so close to my eye in a stunt, I could have been blind.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know why. Like, how isn't there usually people, don't they like ensure that there's no possibility of like anything going, like, how was there even an object sharp enough to cut her in the eye? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I don't know what it could have been.
How does that even happen?
They're supposed to not have like crazy props like that. I mean, it's supposed to be.
It should be like a rubber sword or something.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
yeah.
I don't know. I remember hearing about this. A woman was left quadriplegic, and they tried to blame it on her being on her phone. So much so, CW didn't even help her to start with because they needed to investigate. So she had to do a GoFundMe. She was a production assistant. They worked via phones. I remember, this sounded terrible when I read about it.
That's crazy. I didn't hear about this at all. This was the first time I heard about that.
Yeah, this was right before, I think it was like right before she left. And I'm sure that might have been like one of the final straws. Her accident occurred because our show refused to shut down when everyone else did because of COVID.
So real quick, America the Free, thank you so much for the $10, but you didn't say anything. But I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And also Stump Rat, who was a lady in this, stump business, says, I have quit shows that were unsafe. Well, good for you. I mean, I
Wow.
bet. I'm sure you have a pretty crazy view on this whole thing that we're reading right now because of, what your work used to be.
Yeah,
Go
that's
ahead, Tom.
I mean, this is so Carolyn Dries, she's the showrunner, has no heart and wanted us to finish the season throughout the pandemic. And I told her it was a bad idea. I told her everyone was too distracted, constantly checking COVID updates, checking on Friends, and seeing Riverdale. The Flash, and seeing Riverdale, The Flash, and Supergirl shut down already. So these other shows were already shut down.
Mhm.
I felt something bad would happen. And Carolyn Dries maybe visited the set 4 times in a year, unheard of. But in those 4 to 5 visits, she decided she could tell me she knew my injury happened on set, so I should comply with the PI. I guess the private investigator. I don't know.
PI is private investigator. Yeah.
Okay. Yet later denied it entirely and said it happened during yoga. LOL. I don't do yoga, and now someone will never walk again. We shut down the next day, not because she almost killed someone, but because the government pulled it.
Wow.
I fought people on set. Yes. Not because I wanted to, but because I wanted safety. Ask anyone in makeup, hair and makeup, what I did for them. After 2 were hospitalized, the only people who came out and spoke was Doug Ray, who, talk about unprofessional, called my agent after my exit to find a way to leave, to which she replied, break your neck, I guess. So I guess like even her own agent, if I'm reading that correctly, said, well, if you want to leave, you're going to have to break your own neck. Because she's probably under contract,
Yeah. This whole thing is just freaking nuts.
Yeah. Yet slam me in the press. I never raised my voice on set. Never have. Doug Ray hurt a female stunt double. He yelled like a bitch at women and was a nightmare. He left when he wanted and arrived when he wanted. He abused women, and in turn, as a lead of a show, I sent an email out asking for a no yelling policy. They declined. I was late one time because I was in the hospital. Whoever does these stupid leaks, I'm finding out who, but it's cameras who, after I left the hospital, said, yeah, well, maybe if people were not late, we would make our days. A kid, an egomaniac kid who worked 1 day a week, had the audacity, or the stunt department, who were furious, even though I never blamed them. But I went on Fallen and spoke of my injury and didn't play the game. Aside from them, I was loved and loved my crew. Oh, and they wouldn't drive me to work and knew I couldn't legally drive after surgery. So they said, get a taxi.
Sorry, I totally disconnected.
Oh, that's okay. What did you hear and what didn't you hear?
The last thing I heard was, I forget. It was something about, it was right after that we were talking about the person broke their neck or whatever.
Oh wow. Okay. So you missed all this. So basically,
yeah. But it's okay. I've already read it, so it's fine.
Yeah. So this guy Doug Ray, I guess.
Yeah. Who's this Doug Ray guy?
I don't know if he's. It sounds like he's involved with working in the stunts. I imagine. I don't know. He hurt a female stunt double. He yelled like a little bitch at women. It was a nightmare. So I guess he was yelling and. But I guess yeah, Ruby Rose. So she. Even after she had the injury that she got, they wouldn't drive her to work or have somebody pick her up. They knew that she couldn't legally drive after the surgery, so they told her to get a taxi.
Okay, this part, I'm a little bit like, okay, I mean, like kind of rolled my eyes there because one, Ruby Rose is not like she doesn't have enough money. Like, just hire yourself a personal driver. Like, it's really not that hard. Like,
But
for
I
them
feel
to
like it's not
take
her
a taxi, like,
responsibility.
it's
Like,
not her. It's not her
she,
responsibility to get to work. It's everybody's responsibility to get to
but
work.
the injury she suffered was a result of their incompetence. Why
Okay.
should she have to pay for their, essentially like she shouldn't even be injured in the first place.
Okay, but then, like, I mean, okay, if you want to talk like compensation, then they should have like,
Well, they should be covering it.
yeah, they should have
is what I'm
they should have
saying.
hired a personal driver for her, not like, oh, take a taxi. Like, who's taking a taxi these days?
Yeah, I mean, she's the
absurd.
lead of a show. I guess to me, it's like, don't you want to take care of your investment? I mean, that's the way I look at it. If
Mhm.
you believe she's the face of a franchise and she's the face of your show, it's not about being. To me, this isn't necessarily about being a diva or anything like that. I mean, it's just like doing the right thing. Like, you guys somehow messed up. She got injured as a result of your,
Incompetence.
like, she shouldn't have to pay for at least you should be covering the taxi or sending a driver or doing something, I don't know.
Right.
Again, she's the lead of the show, for crying out loud. Like, this isn't, not to say that would be okay either, but I mean, she's like, again, the face of the franchise. Take care of your investment. It's
And
not.
this is also true. They filmed it in Canada and they have different labor laws in the US. That's true.
And was that? Yeah. Okay. So that was kind of the last. I don't know if there was something.
There
else
was another one where she posted, and I had actually pulled that one up. She said, I just wanted to say the last thing because no doubt. Here, let me just pull it up. She said, I just wanted to say one last thing because no doubt I won't get another chance, nor do I want to keep talking about it because it is so deeply hard to. It's time for me to take my life back and to finally breathe again after all these years. Also, this has gratefully been handed over to the appropriate people now. I did not choose now to come out and speak because of any of the numbers of reasons people will and have wanted to guess. It's much more complicated than that, nor is it because work has dried up. I have declined more films this year than in my whole career. If you look just under the surface, you will see every film I've done, announced and unannounced, are with the same small trusted group of people because I have been too terrified to work with anyone else ever again after that experience. Lionsgate, Sony, BuzzFeed, thank you. And the producers of The Doorman, thank you. I guess that's her next project is Doorman. I think that was it. Oh,
yeah, she kind of goes in her career and
yeah, this is why I, work with other people, and yeah, she talks about her career. Oh yeah, this part was interesting to me because she says about ScarJo. I speak now because I understand my privilege, but I am not ScarJo. I do not have Scarlet type money, power, or influence, and sadly, I also didn't have a where is it? I also didn't have a team like her who cared enough to not be afraid. I also guess I don't have the superpower strength she must have had to do what she did. But I am someone who has always tried to do the right thing, and she inspired me. So did the cast of the Jagged Little Pill on Broadway, who chose to live their truth. Then IATSE finally got its moment. If I don't say anything, then what am I really saying? This isn't just for me. This could possibly end my acting career, but it was already ended when I could no longer open a script without a panic attack. I also had a look at all the people responsible and who contributed to this, myself included. Why didn't I stand up for myself? Why didn't I sue? Why didn't I get a lawyer? Why didn't I fight? I was tired. I might look tough, play tough characters, but I'm very human and very sensitive and do not like conflict. I was also afraid, deeply afraid. Um, deeply afraid. Okay. And maybe, just maybe, aside from healing me, it might take a small change for someone else. Thank you for the support, blah, 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 blah. So that was it. And John Burns, thank you so much for the $5. Says maybe Ruby was expecting to be working with a stunt double, but instead had to do a stunt without any stunt doubles, leading to her being cut. Well, it ended up hurting her. She got hurt several times. She almost went blind, apparently. So that's kind of weird. I feel like that's a whole.
Yeah, I don't know how in the world you get to a point where you put your like lead in a place where they can. When they have like, she actually got cut. She got I don't know, scars. I don't know. It sounds like, usually you just don't take. I mean, you just don't take those type of chances. I mean, even with stunts, I imagine it's like you try to remove every single possibility of like serious injury occurring, like I'm sure stunt doubles they're probably going to get some bumps and bruises along the way just because of the nature of the work. But, and maybe even occasionally like a broken bone, I mean, stuff like that does happen, but
stunt work is crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen Fight Club, the scene where, what the hell is his name? Edward Norton, he takes a tumble down the stairs, like that's a freaking stunt double. Like some guy literally threw himself down the stairs.
Wow.
Concrete, I mean, that's just what they do. I mean, they do, but they
know how to land properly and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. But you're still going to get, it's like, you're still going to feel some of that. Like,
of course.
It's like,
it's still
you're still going to get some bruises and
it's still physical pain. Yeah.
Right. But you know what you're doing to do it in such a way that, hopefully it's not, you don't crack your head open or whatever. So it's, yeah, but, I don't know. This show sounded like a nightmare.
It sounded like a nightmare for everyone involved, but also for the fans, because apparently the show sucked. It wasn't even a good show. Like that's the thing. It's like it was like one of the worst shows ever made, and it's like I don't know. It's just so bad. Like that they're going through this. What Mina? What are you saying? I'll pay $10 for Nina if she does it. What am I supposed to do for $10? I don't know.
Are you, turtle noises? Is that
it turtle noises again? I don't know. I don't know. So here's another story that we're going to talk about real quick. Wait, why do I have all these weird tabs open? Oh, that Trump announcement.
Oh yeah.
So here's the Trump announcement, and then we're going to talk about the Hooters outfits. Trump announced new social media network called Truth Social. Former U.S. President Donald Trump announced plans Wednesday to launch his own social network platform called Truth Social, which is expected to begin in beta launch for invited guests next month. The long-awaited platform will be owned by Trump Media and Technology Group, TMTG, which also intends to launch a subscription video on demand service that will feature non-woke entertainment programming, the group said in a statement. I created Truth Social and TMTG to stand up to the tyranny of big tech. Trump, who was banned from Twitter and Facebook in the wake of the Capitol insurrection carried out by his supporters on January 6th this year, was quoted as saying in a statement, "We live in a world where the Taliban has a huge presence on Twitter, yet your favorite American president has been silenced. This is unacceptable," he continued. I love how much he loves himself. The Trump Media and Technology Group will be merged with Blank Check Company Digital Acquisition Corp to make TMTG a public listed company, the statement said. The transaction value Trump Media and Technology Group at an initial enterprise of value of $875 million, which is a potential additional earnout of $825 million, and additional shares at the valuation they are granted for a cumulative valuation of $1.7 billion, depending on performance of the stock price post business combination. It's stated. Ever since he was banned from the world's dominated social networks as punishment for stirring up the mob that ransacked Congress on January 6th, Trump has been looking for ways to reclaim his internet platform. In May, he launched a blog called From the Desk of Donald J. Trump, which was touted as a major new outlet. But it really wasn't, though.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people are necessarily going to. I'm curious what else he's got going on there.
But Trump, who was also banned from Instagram, YouTube, and Snapchat in the wake of the Capitol mayhem, canceled the blog just a month later. Former Trump aide Jason Miller launched a social network called Getter earlier this year, but the former president has not yet joined it. That's because he's making his own. Why would he join somebody else's thing? So yeah, it's called Truth.
So from the desk of Donald J. Trump was canceled?
Apparently, according to this.
Yeah. I guess I mean, I can't imagine too many people were just going to it on a regular basis.
Yeah, I can't imagine that either.
You know,
but I mean, I wonder how this new Truth situation is gonna do.
Yeah, I'm curious. What do you guys think about the idea of, like, you know, calling it, what is it, Truth Social or Truth Social?
It's called the Truth. That's what it's called. John Burns, thank you so much for the tune. He says, "Welcome to Conservapedia." Conservapedia, like Wikipedia, but it's for conservatives.
Yeah.
Stump
Rat.
I don't know. It could be. I don't know.
Stump Rat was talking about his stunt work, and he says he's still got a heating pad. Oh, I'm sorry.
She's a lady.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. But yeah, I guess she's still feeling it.
Wow. Yeah, I remember the one that where what's his name? Tom Cruise did his own stunt and broke his ankle doing that stunt. Remember?
Yes, big ass jump. Yeah.
Yeah. And he finished the scene. Man, that guy's boss.
Yeah, that's pretty rare that they actually let, you know, somebody, you know, like their lead guy do it. I don't know. It must be worked out in the contract.
He does that a lot though, because he makes them make her do their own stunt. Like he's like, I'm doing my own stunts.
Yeah,
it's Tom Cruise.
I mean, definitely as many as he possibly can. I'm sure there's a line where it's like they won't let him do some things. Like I would think in these cars where they're, you know, spinning over, and I don't know. I think there's got to be some point where they draw the line.
Probably.
But it does make for some incredible footage when you see him like hang on to a plane. And that's like really Tom Cruise.
I love that stuff. That's why I love Tom Cruise, because I'm like, dude, this guy's like, he's crazy, but he's like the craziest actor ever. Like he just like commits fully to the role.
Yeah.
And there's a level of respect. There's like a level of it's just like his love for his craft is like beyond anything I've ever seen.
Yeah, you definitely got to respect it. That Dubai hotel scene too. Did you see that? I think it's Mission Impossible 4 Ghost Protocol.
Yeah. When he's like climbing the building. He did that himself. That was him.
Yeah. I mean,
he's done all his own stunts. Like most of the stunts for all the Mission Impossible movies has been him.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Okay, so here is this amazingly breaking news. Hooters reverses policy on skimpy new uniform bottoms. Wait, where's the picture for this? Why'd they stop it? I need the picture. Maybe it's below. Oh yeah, here it is. So Hooters, they can determine which style of shorts best fits their body style and personal image. The rep added, The workers at the national restaurant chain, famously for featuring busty waitresses, the cheeky company's turnaround came after some of its servers took to social media to rip the new underwear shorts. Sorry, I skipped a paragraph. So Hooters, basically they're under fire as we continue. They said, as we continue to listen and update the image of the Hooter girls, we're clarifying that they have the option to choose from traditional uniforms or the new ones. A Hooters American rep wrote in an email to Business Insider, according to the report published Sunday. So they have an option between this new outfit and the old ones. This is the new undies that they got the women to wear.
Well, I guess if they got the option to choose, I mean, they don't have to wear them, right?
No, they don't. But
It's pretty revealing.
They decided to go complain about it anyways. Because even though they had the choice, they were like, I don't want to wear this.
But you don't have to.
But you don't have to wear it. Exactly. Oh, look, a wedgie, employee Kristen Songer said in a trending TikTok video of herself modeling the new uniform bottoms. By the way, I freaking hate these kind of bottoms too, but not just because it's like not because of this, but because of the high-waistedness. I don't know.
I like the high-waisted stuff.
I hate it. It reminds me of like old women clothing. Like, this is not what I want to wear.
She's rocking it.
It's too high-waisted. Like, it's got to be down here, and then it'll be nice.
I like it.
I'm sure you do. This is why the Hooter girls. I don't like. You like the high-waisted stuff? I think this is fine, but this, I don't know. I would like to see the.
Yeah, I don't know.
Outward.
It's come back in style, and I think I prefer the high-waisted stuff to the low-waisted stuff.
Oh, not me. I definitely prefer the low-waisted stuff. But I guess
I think I don't know. I think it actually accentuates the figure better, but also in a more, not in this case, of course, but in terms of pants,
I can't stand high-waisted jeans.
I don't know. Some girls just rock it. They make it work.
Yeah, I can't stand it. It like makes me go crazy. I'm like, I don't live in the 50s. Why do I have to wear like fucking jeans that are like all the way up here? And I have a nice stomach now. Like, I want to show off my stomach, and it's like, oh no, I gotta wear this giant ass high-waisted pants that doesn't show off my stomach. Why? So then she said, this is why the Hooter girls are upset, because this is not what I agreed to wear a year ago when I was hired, added Songer, a 22-year-old. But you have the option to wear the other one, though. Girl.
Maybe they weren't presented with an option. Like, I get it. I get it if girls were like not feeling comfortable to wearing this. Like, that's totally understandable.
Meanwhile, other girls were totally fine with it. Like this girl right here.
Yeah.
And she's like, hell yeah. Because she's like, there appeared to be a food service who plan on opt for the new uniform briefs. I've been making way more money with these new shorts, TikTok user Jazzy said in a video of herself modeling the an orange pair. Okay, let's see this video.
Are they just screenshots or are they?
I'm going to mute it because I don't want to get claimed for the song. But she's like, wait, does TikTok allow nudity? Do I have to watch this before I watch?
I mean, it can't be. It's probably not nudity in it, right?
It's not nudity. It's fine. So this is the orange version. So this is actually not that high-waisted, though, because there's her belly button. It's not like all the way up here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because most of the high-waisted stuff like goes like above the belly button. She seemed to like it.
Yeah. I mean, you better be getting better tips. I don't know.
John Burns, thank you so much for the toonie. Says some were getting higher tips in the new outfits. Yeah, apparently this one girl is. because people liked her badonkadonk in that outfit.
So it's not just about the Hooters anymore.
Mm-mm. It's about the badonkadonk as well as the Hooters. Woo.
I've never actually been to Hooters.
Really?
Yeah.
They got good wings.
I think I've heard that before. Yeah.
I think the first time I went to Hooters was actually here in Mexico because they have a really nice Hooters here. And they had like karaoke night and everything. And it was really it was really good. It was a really good like food and wings and really hot chicks, Mexican chicks.
Yeah, I wonder I feel like there's been a case where people like claim that Hooters was being discriminatory because obviously it's like they can, they're looking for a specific type of.
Did you ever watch
body
that
type
episode of King of the Hill where Dale gets a job there?
No.
And because he wants to prove that they're going to discriminate against him and not hire him.
Maybe. Sounds familiar, actually.
God, I love that episode. And then he's like, "Oh, they're not gonna hire me because I'm a man," and like blah blah blah. And the guy's like, "You're hired," because he like figured out that that's what he's trying to do, to get him sued. And then like in the end, like he like accidentally gets grazed by some dude that was trying to kill Hank and them. And like the chicks that hated him so much were like, "You're not supposed to touch him. Like, how dare you?" And like all this, he's one of us. It was so good. I love that show. John Burns, thank you so much for the tune. He says individual stores with make their own rules.
Yeah, no, it's how it, I think it's how it should be. Kaylee, thank you so much. Have a good night. Appreciate you doing the modding and the putting our channels in there. Really appreciate it.
Did Kaylee say she's leaving? Oh,
yeah,
good
she's
night.
saying good night,
Good night, hon. Love you, Kaylee. See you Friday. So here's the other thing that I wanted to talk about. Wait, are you good? Do you want to call it? Like,
we can do one more.
Okay. So let's see. What do we want to talk about? Do we want to talk about COVID, or do we want to talk about something more fun / weird?
No, whatever you want. Your show.
I'm sick and tired of talking about COVID. God, COVID
it all just feels
terrible.
The same after a while, doesn't it?
It really does. And I'm just like, I'm so tired of talking about COVID. I don't know what Az is talking about, but I just saw this tweet that says Brian Wilder is now the CEO of Wayne Enterprises and he's laughing his ass off. What does that mean?
Who?
Ryan Wilder.
I don't know. Ryan Wilder. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Speaking of Wayne Enterprises, did you see the new Batman trailer?
I did. Yeah.
So tell me your thoughts on that. I would like
looks
to know.
Good. Yeah.
Do you like it?
Yeah, I think it looks good. Do you want to watch
excited for Pattinson Batman?
I'm excited for Matt Reeves as Batman. I think Matt Reeves is going to do, after seeing his work on the last Planet of the Apes film. Yeah, I think I think this is going to be something special. Could be wrong.
What are your thoughts on Zoe Kravitz as Catwoman?
She looks good. Everything looks good in this trailer. I don't think there's anything bad about this trailer. In my opinion. I mean, the film itself looks great. I mean, that doesn't mean anything, but so far it looks really good.
Oh, I see. Okay, so Ryan Wilder is the new Batwoman. So she's the head of the. Okay.
Oh, she's taking. Man, how many different Batwomen are they going to have in this? This
is the CW Batman, I'm guessing.
Oh, okay.
John Burns, thank you so much for the tune. He says, "Busty women working at the cafe on Seinfeld." Yeah, I love that episode. That was really similar to kind of like the King of the Hill thing, but it's a little different. What is this?
So this is the Batman trailer. So if you guys haven't seen it,
We're not watching. We can't watch the whole thing though.
We can't watch the whole thing.
Mm-mm.
Oh, it's gonna get claimed.
Not just claimed. People have been getting their streams pulled.
Wow.
Like Scotty was watching it on Sporking News, and he got like it got taken down completely.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
Well,
they're being
I guess
assholes
can we
about
look at frames?
Yeah, we can look at a couple of frames. Why not? I mean, you are now.
I wasn't sure if you were sharing it.
This part I wasn't sure about, where he was all like, "Grr," like I don't know what he said when he was like yelling at the dude. I was like, the fuck, like this emo Batman, like. You know what I want, John? Like
this shot.
This shot is
looks great.
amazing. I like
Yeah.
that shot a lot. Wait, is that a rocket in the background?
No, I think it's like some type of tower.
Oh. But see, okay, so here's the thing. Like, what I don't like about this, and it's just this is just like a me thing. It's not has nothing to do. This was a cool shot too. I really like some of these shots. I don't like that it's another origin story. It's like, oh, okay, so like
Well, I think
Batman,
it's year 2.
Yeah,
I don't
but
think it's like year
he's
1.
just become Batman, and he's just getting used to being the Bat and all this stuff. I thought this was year 1. I'm pretty sure it's year
From
1.
what I read, it's like year 2, but I could be wrong.
But either way, year 2, okay, he's still like Batman, like he's still new Batman. It's not like he's been like, you know, I want Batman on his prime. Like I want like freaking Batman, like I don't know, year
Well, you
what,
might get
like
that
5,
like
6, 7, 8,
next
10?
movie or the 3rd movie. I mean, if you think about like Chris Nolan's Batman,
I don't think this is gonna get a second movie, John. I think this is gonna be like a one-off, like Joker. You think
Okay.
this is gonna be an actual franchise?
if it makes a lot of money, I mean, even Joker, they were talking about doing a second movie. So if it makes enough money, you know, sequel, I think is inevitable, but I could be wrong. Because they might do this version of Joker. I don't know if this Batman exists in the same universe as Joaquin Phoenix's Joker. So if it doesn't, they're probably going to introduce their version of Joker if he's not in this film. But this shot looks, you know, this shot looks great.
I love that shot too. I like a lot of the sunset shots. I'm not feeling like the Zoe Kravitz bald look still. Like I'm like, why do all the women have to be bald nowadays? Like, can we have someone with hair? I don't really get that. A lot of people are complaining about this scene that you're just showing right now.
Where it like flickers.
Well, they're saying it's just not realistic. Like the way the bullets ricochet, like they would ricochet off of him and would probably hit his face, or like just the way that it's going. Like it's just not realistic.
Well, it's a comic book movie.
I know, and I'm like, you guys are just being like,
it's a freaking comic book movie. Like I get the whole point of realism. Like there does come a point where things do stretch it, you know.
Yeah,
but this is a freaking comic book movie, so I don't have like
I suspend my disbelief when it comes to that kind of shit. Like I don't, I never think like, oh, that's not an accurate gunshot.
A guy driving a freaking Batmobile. I mean, that's
yeah, like the guy's like driving a Batmobile going through fire. Like that doesn't happen in real life either. But a lot of people were like really mad about like the way the gun was shooting at his outfit, and I'm like, really? Like that's what sets you guys off? But I mean, you know what? I'd rather hear those arguments nowadays than, you know, why did they turn Batman into a woman? Like, you know, like I'd way rather talk about, you know, how a bullet is ricocheting off like his outfit and what his outfit looks like. Do you like the bat suit? Do you like the Batmobile? Like, you know, those kind of things.
Yeah. I that's what, you know, I mean, thankfully, that's what you know, if we're in those type of conversations, then that's good, you know, like,
yeah,
rather than, you know, they made Batman gay. Like, I don't, you know, I don't want to ever get to a point in a movie where that happens.
Wait, what? So Galford's dog saying that the Matt Reeves Batman is confirmed as a trilogy. So this is going to be a trilogy situation?
I don't know. That's the first time I've heard of that, but it very well could be true.
Maybe they announced it on the DC fandom, which I did not watch. Did you watch
Which
that?
no, I mean, there's no guarantee. Like they wanted to make Solo a trilogy. They signed up Alden Ehrenreich for 3 movies, but you know, it as long as hey, if it's successful, that's going to be the main thing. You know, as long this movie should do over $1 billion, no problem.
Solo is supposed to be a trilogy. That's funny.
They signed him up for 3 movies, believe it or not. But
my
yeah, I
gosh.
mean, I like the I know people are gonna that's the thing, like people are gonna take issue with the suit. They're gonna take issue with the Batmobile
Oh,
because
here's the other thing that bothered me about the trailer.
okay.
I don't like too long of trailers. That's the thing.
I'll
And I
admit
think
this trailer was definitely more like I think less is more. Like I don't want to see
yeah.
yeah. But at the same time, even though with all this footage released, I still feel like there's so much I think it was very strategically done to where they're
Well,
just
see, the
like
thing is, because a
just
few
giving you
months ago, like when I found out, for example, that Colin Farrell was going to be the Penguin, I started looking into this movie because I was like, wait, Colin Farrell is going to be the Penguin? That sounds awful. And then and then I saw behind the scenes shots of him in the Penguin outfit, and I was like, this looks incredible. And I got actually really excited about it because I did not think I was going to like Colin Farrell as the Penguin. I thought it was a fucking horrible casting decision. But I like those ideas where like the movie takes someone you would never think would be that person and turns them into that person through movie magic. I think that that's part of like what I love about the movies. So then when I saw that, and then I saw another article like fast forward like months ago where he stated that he's only in the movie for like 5-10 minutes, like that his role is not that big of a deal. So I was like, "Aw," and I kind of became a little bit disappointed again because I wanted to see more of him because he looked so good. And then they literally showed how they got rid of him. Like they showed his like death scene in the trailer. And
well, I
I'm
don't know.
like,
Is
or
it do we
or
know
not
if
death
he's
scene,
dead?
like his capture scene, like his
Okay.
like
Yeah.
when how the Batman gets him in the car is in the trailer. And I'm like,
Well, this might be like a
you
one
don't
of the
show
first
that.
scenes, one of the first, not one of the first scenes, but this might actually happen early on in the movie. I guess it's based off the Long Halloween, and it takes place over the course of like 9 months. This film, so it's not, this isn't a story that takes place within a few days or anything like that. And I think there's going to be a lot of little cameos in the film from like other villains. I think the Riddler is. It seems
Well,
like
the
he's the
Riddler is
main
the
hero.
main one because
Yeah.
that's the like it's been known that it's gonna be the main one, and they didn't show his face, so and like it's been like an ongoing thing about that it's gonna be the Riddler,
Yeah.
which is exciting. I love the Riddler. Like I think
Yeah.
he's one of the most entertaining Batman villains, or can be.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what Matt Reeves does with him and does with the characters. I mean, again, like people are gonna have probably an issue with this Batmobile. They're gonna have an issue with the costume, but I'm like, if it's just the same thing, I do get the other side of it where it's like, if it's just the same thing over and over again, then what's the point? Like, I want to see a different take on Batman, and this is definitely different. And it's the potential is there to be like completely badass, or maybe it's not going to work
A
out.
complete train wreck. I just think that the trailer just showed a little bit too much. I
Sure.
like that they showed at the beginning, like how oh, I'm going after the penguin. I heard about this guy named the Penguin, and he's going after him. And they showed that club scene where he's like confronting the penguin.
Hmm.
But they shouldn't have shown the car chase where he's like chasing him, and then in the end ends up getting him. Like I didn't like that part.
I
They could
think
have
this.
shown that part that like he crashes through the fire if they
Sure.
wanted to show like the part about like the Batmobile going through the fire or whatever.
Yeah.
Like sure, you can cut that part in, but you didn't have to put in like the part where like the penguin's like looking back and he's like, oh, the bat's coming to get me. Like you didn't have to show that part. Like those parts need to be. I think they were too cavalier with this trailer.
Yeah, well, I mean, when the complaint, and I had a friend of mine say like the only thing he thought they just might have showed too much. So I guess when the only complaint is that, you know, it could
That's
be
what I
worse.
said too.
Like,
I said they showed too much, which
you
is
know,
good.
love this shot. You know,
I said from day one, I think Pattinson's gonna do a good job because, like, you know, even when everyone was down on Pattinson about how he didn't want to get fit and all this stuff, and I said, hey man, the guy's got range. So I was like, I'm intrigued. I was actually very intrigued about the Pattinson Batman. I thought that this was gonna be very interesting. We'll see how his Batman goes. I think he's gonna be a good Bruce Wayne. Let's see if he can do a good Batman.
yeah.
It's very interesting. A lot of the stuff is very, very interesting. John Burns, thank you so much for the 2. Says, what do you think about The Rock as Black Adam? I like The Rock in anything, so I'm not very familiar with the Black Adam character, so I think that I will enjoy that movie, and I love Shazam, so I think that Shazam is going to be really cool. Like a second one, I'm very excited for. I'm excited for like most of like Shazam and this scene. See, they shouldn't have shown
You can
this.
barely you can barely tell that is
That's not Colin Farrell. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that is not Colin Farrell.
Yeah.
They shouldn't have shown this part. Like you can show this part where he's coming through the, like, you know, you don't show
You can
this.
kind of tell it's Colin there a little bit, but
Yeah,
you know that it's got the nose prosthetic and stuff.
show this part, but don't show him. Like I don't know. I think that the trailer was good, but just showed too much. What about you, John? What do you think of The Rock as Black Adam?
I mean, I'm not entirely.
Also, I really like this with the upside down. That was
yeah, cool. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I guess you know, Shazam was. I felt like, you know, good. It was a success on DC's part, but it wasn't anything spectacular or exciting. I mean, you know, just really like it felt very forgettable. So I don't know. When it comes to The Rock and doing Black Adam, I mean, we'll see. You know, you know, any movie and every movie always has the potential to be. He's just not necessarily a character I'm extremely familiar with. So
yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about Black Adam, so I just like The Rock, and I think I'll enjoy whatever he's in. So I'll just be like, oh, okay, it's The Rock. But I didn't know anything about Shazam either until I watched Shazam the movie, and I was like, oh, I like this because it's not woke and
yeah, it's a fun little movie. Like it was good. Like I don't have anything really bad to say about it, but it just wasn't a movie necessarily. Like I felt like it was actually a very family friendly.
Yeah, it was very
movie.
family friendly.
If you're a kid, you're gonna love. I think you're really gonna love this movie.
Wasn't
it? There was a couple creepy scenes.
Yeah,
that really were kind of graphic.
Yeah, it was kind of really freaky in some places.
Yeah, I'm sure some kids would get nightmares.
Some traumatization will happen.
Yeah, but other than those scenes,
yeah, there's no sex scene, so that's
yeah.
DJ Scandalous says, I already want the Batman versus Catwoman on the Batmobile cut already.
What's up, DJ?
Bro, that didn't happen. Fake news. Okay, so here's I guess we can just talk about this real quick and then we can call it. I just thought it was really funny. Well, not funny, terrifying, but also funny. Woman rocked awake by meteorite chunk crashing into her bedroom.
Oh my gosh.
So this happened in my old province.
Sleep easy, folks. You could just be sleeping in your bed, and I mean, this could have killed her.
This could have killed her, yeah.
You know, if it actually, could you imagine if she had her bedroom arranged in a different way?
In a different way, or just sleeping like a few inches to the left or something, you know? And
I wonder how close it got to her.
There it is.
Landing on her pillow? What the heck?
Ruth Hamilton says space rock came through the ceiling, landing on her pillow at Golden BC home.
Wait, so she was
I think she was in the bed.
Oh my gosh. Wonder what time this came
there
through.
It is.
Holy crap. Is this
Yeah, this is real. This is CBC News, man. British Columbia.
I mean, this is
So
insane.
Ruth Hamilton had been asleep for hours in her Golden, BC home when she woke to a sound of her dog barking, giving her moments' notice before a rock from outer space hurtled into her bedroom. So the dog saved her life. The next thing was a huge explosion and debris all over my face, Hamilton recalled in an interview Tuesday. I jumped out of bed and turned on the lights. I didn't know what else to do, so I called 911, she said. Talking to the operator, she was asking me all kinds of questions. And at that point, I rolled back one of the two pillows I'd been sleeping on, and in between them was a meteorite. Wow. How crazy is that? A charcoal gray chunk of rock, roughly the size of a melon, had plummeted from space, tearing through Hamilton's roof before coming to rest on her floral pillowcase, inches away from where her head had been moments earlier. Man, she had a guardian angel there. Holy shit. I was shaking like a leaf, said Hamilton. You're sound asleep, safe, you think, in your bed, and you can take it out by a meteor, apparently.
I'm just surprised how straight, like it seemed like it just went straight down. You know,
straight down.
like I guess I would think it would be, and I'm sure to some degree it would be on an angle, you know, that a meteorite comes in, but
How crazy is
that's
that?
freaking nuts, man. That is
Um,
freaking nuts.
initially, Hamilton didn't know it was a
I
meteorite.
wonder how hot it would have been too. Like if you touched it, like just because coming through the atmosphere, right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm sure like if you touched it right when it hit, I mean, that sucker still had to be pretty hot.
That sounds like Donnie Darko except with a happy ending. That's funny.
And on an airplane, right? But yeah, sure.
Yeah. He called up there. Wait, what? Hold on. Initially, Hamilton didn't know it was a meteorite. She said the RCMP officer dispatched to investigate suspected was debris from a construction site on nearby Highway 1, which runs through the town nestled in the Canadian Rockies. He called up there and they said they had not done any blasting that night, but the workers had seen a meteorite or a falling star explode, and there was a couple of booms. Then we knew that it was a meteorite that had crashed through my roof, Hamilton said. Hamilton reported the find to a team of experts at Western University in London, Ontario, who confirmed the rock was indeed from space. It certainly is a it's certainly a meteorite, said Peter Brown, a professor with the university's physics and astronomy department. Everything about the story was consistent with a meteorite fall, and the fact that this bright fireball had occurred basically right at the same time, it made a pretty overwhelming case. Hamilton's plans to send the meteorite to Brown and his team. Brown said they hope to identify the type of meteorite within the next 2 months or within the next month, but he suspects it fell from a solar system's main asteroid belt. There's another picture of it. Oh no, so this is the hole through the roof. So this is the roof. Like
wait,
lines.
is that the ceiling?
Yeah, this is the ceiling.
Taken
and
from the
hole,
ceiling?
Yeah.
Okay.
That crashed. Like it crashed through this.
It almost doesn't look real. I don't know. It's just like it's very.
You're just in disbelief.
Yeah.
Apart from this being shaken up, she wasn't hurt. She said she plans to keep the rock once researchers have finished their work. Brown said the university team is asking anyone with security or dash cam footage on of the fireball over the Golden area around 11:30 p.m. Pacific on October 3rd to send video their way. The town of Golden population is 3,700 and BC-Alberta border. About 200 kilometers west of Calgary. Now, what's interesting
That's
is that the
amazing.
night I saw this, John, there was a post on Twitter that was warning of meteorite sightings and meteors passing by the Earth, and how like NASA is like doing all this stuff about meteors. Let me pull up the tweet because I took a screenshot of it.
Man, I
was
would get that thing. I would get that thing in a glass case and have that sucker, you know, like Tony Stark, how Tony Stark had the his chest, that centerpiece.
Yeah,
thing
yeah.
Like I would freaking get that asteroid in a case just like that.
Right.
I mean,
I would too. Definitely.
Dang, talk about how close to being Talk about giving you a new zest for life. I mean,
the craziest part is how close to her head it was. Like it's not even the
yeah,
fact that it
that
happened.
sucker
It's
could have just went like.
she could have died.
Yeah, I'm surprised that it didn't do more damage. I mean, you think about the type of force that sucker, I don't know. I guess a pillow can. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm just wondering what it would do to your face, like if you're lying down.
God, I don't even want to think about that.
Like, would it have just? I mean, you think it would have been enough force to kill her?
Oh yeah, definitely.
I'm imagining. So
Through the
I mean,
head and
obviously,
face? Yeah.
going through the roof, then going through the ceiling, is going to slow it down to some extent. But I'm just surprised it didn't do a little more damage on her bed.
She had a good mattress.
Yeah, I guess so.
Like, holy shit, right? Hold on, I'm just going through my Twitter feed because
if you weren't
do I look weird?
dead because of that, you would have like
Do I look weird because of the scrolling through the Twitter feed? God, I post way too much crap. Why do I spend so much time on Twitter?
Yeah, it's never worth it.
It's a fucking disease.
Yeah.
God damn it. Where's this freaking asteroid post?
What are you looking at?
Because I took a picture, I took a screenshot of that, like the night that they posted that. Okay, here it is. Because you have to screenshot this kind of shit. Said a series of large asteroids to fly past the Earth starting tonight. And this was the night that I saw this article. Several large asteroids will pass close by the Earth in the coming weeks, USA Today reports. The first, the 525-foot wide, 2021 SM-3 will whiz past the Earth on October 15, according to NASA's Center for Near-Earth Object Studies. 7 large asteroids are predicted to pass close by the Earth before the end of November, the biggest of which is 2004 UE. Has a diameter of 1246 feet. USA Today reports at 2.5 million miles, asteroid 1986 VB3 will pass closest to the Earth on October 20th. Scientists say that although very close by interstellar standards, none of the asteroids will be visible without a telescope. On October 16th, NASA will launch a spacecraft, Lucy, on a 12-year mission to observe 8 asteroids in Jupiter's Trojan asteroid field. CNN and the New York Times report, keep in here asteroid action and reaction. So yeah, some stuff's going on in space.
Wow. Yeah, I just Googled, I'm just looking for other asteroid instances where, because this happens, like
This happens way more often than we think about, actually.
Yeah, like sure, it's a rarity, but it's like it's still, I don't know. You could be lying in bed and
and it crashes
like,
into your home.
Yeah, I mean that could be it. Like you could, bam, gone. Like. Well, you heard about the one guy. He was his whole room fell into a sinkhole. Did you hear about that? This was.
I don't know.
Let me see.
I don't remember.
And
John
it was while he
Burns,
was sleeping.
While you pull that up, John Burns, thank you so much for the $5. Says in 2018, the Flames finished first in the West and lost 5 in the first round. So I was bummed. I was bummed out. I went to the Shazam movie, cheered me. Aw, that's good, dude. I feel your pain, man. We lost Game 7. Don't ever forget. I'll never forget that night. I cried. Game over, man. Game over. One of the best lines in cinema.
Yeah, this is the in more strange news.
Oh my God, DJ Scandalous. I'm not gonna read this out loud because Mama Susan's gonna punish me, but that's funny.
So this was 2013. Loud crash, then nothing. Sinkhole swallows Florida man.
Wow.
The ground just swallowed him up. I ran towards my brother's bedroom because I heard my brother scream. Everything was gone. My brother's bed, my brother's dresser, my brother's TV.
That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, this is just like tragic. just how fast, like this whole thing could happen.
Wait, this was in 2013?
Yeah, the sinkhole
I
was
remember
about
there was a while where
20 to 30 feet.
I remember there was a while, I think it was around 2013, where there was all this sinkhole news. Like there's
Yeah.
you would see sinkholes like everywhere.
There was one in my area too, for some reason.
Like
Hillsborough
massive
County
sinkholes.
is part of an area known as Sinkhole Alley. So that accounts for 2/3 of the sinkhole-related insurance claims in the state. Yikes.
Ouch.
Don't ever move into an area or a house where there's this going on, for crying out loud.
Have you seen all the the videos and stuff like that of the firefighters quitting and the cops quitting and all that stuff?
Yeah, where
All the
they're talking
medics.
about, yeah.
That's good. I mean, not that's good, but that I think it's good that they're standing up for what's going on. I think they're like heroes.
Yeah, definitely.
John Burns, thank you so much for the toonie. He says Martin Jalinda's shot in the game 6 was a goal. I will have to probably YouTube watch that because I don't think I saw it live. Man, I miss hockey. Okay, we're gonna close out on this because I thought this was really funny. Speaking of sports, and you can call me sexist. I don't care. This is fucking funny. The WNBA championship parade is the funniest thing I've seen in years, says this guy.
Oh yeah, I did a video on this.
This is like
let's go, Brandon.
Yay!
There's more people in the freaking bus than there is in the streets. The team, I guess, is in the bus. I don't know.
I like how the one chick is like, yay!
Yeah.
This is
The soul clapper. This is crazy.
This is like what? This is the saddest parade I've ever seen in my life. Like, what is happening here?
Yeah, in my video, I showed the rally because I didn't want to completely paint it. I want to give. So there was people that actually showed up to the rally, but even then, they didn't even fill out the whole area.
Do you have,
which I also showed that too.
Can we see it? Can we watch your video? You're like, no. Stop
no, you
taking
can't.
my views.
No, you guys can't see my video.
Stop
no.
taking my views away.
No.
Give me my 70 viewers.
You'll have to go on my channel and watch it exclusively. No, it's not.
Burns, thank you so much for the toonie. Says, is there no beach hockey available where you are? No, there isn't. I wish there was, John. I wish there was.
All right, just let me know when you're playing it.
Now.
Or when you're sharing it. Okay.
The music's already gotten me.
Yeah, I would have, because I started looking into it. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm just thinking there had to be more people, for crying out loud. So they had this picture, but then you got this picture here.
Well, what is that?
So this is the same area.
Oh, but that's not the parade.
No, it's not the parade. It was the rally.
Okay,
Yeah.
so here's some pictures from an actual NBA championship parade.
Yeah, I mean, if this is an NBA team, there's so much empty.
This is when the Raptors won the championship.
Again, Chicago has 2.7 million, just as a reminder. Okay. Yeah. That's what a parade looks like.
This is when Canada won the championship. I had never seen this many people in my life for anything. I think their record was 2.5 million people showed up to this parade.
That's like the population of Chicago practically right there.
That's crazy, right?
That
Like,
is
'cause
insane.
everybody went to this because it was
Yeah,
like
that's
this
insane.
historic event. So everyone, like all the Canadians went. Like most Canadians went. I was in Cancun, or else I would have gone. But I still remember watching that shot, like Kawhi made, like in Game 7
Yeah.
against the 76ers, that bounced, and like we were like literally like like just waiting for it to like hop in, and it went in, and we just like all like we're screaming, and it was just, oh man, that was a good day. That was a good day. And of course when they won, but the championship wasn't as fun as like the Game 7 one, because we won that in 6 games. So
Yeah, it
but the
wasn't
other one was a
necessarily
Game
on the
7 win, and it was like just like literally like down to like the last second. That's what sports are made of. Historic. Like this was just so good.
Yeah.
John Burns says, Dave Chapelle, if women could play in the NBA, there would be no WNBA. I don't want women to play in the NBA because women can't dunk, and that's a fact.
Yeah, it's well, isn't the WNBA subsidized by the NBA?
Yes, they are.
It's like it can't. That's the problem I have with the WNBA. It just can't make it on its own, and it's bullshit. Like if you have to be as a business, it's like you should be able to make it on your own. If you can't, well, but
then you don't cut it.
Yeah, I mean,
here's the thing. DJ says if you want men to show up, provide free food and beer. Simple.
True.
It's easier than that. You just got to get the girls to wear skimpier outfits. Get them to wear those Hooters outfits and try and play in those. Or like, just bikinis or whatever.
It would help, but
if there's a chance that they're going to pop out of their outfit, people will come to watch.
Yeah. I mean, nobody wants to see. I'm just saying, in terms of like if you got like cheerleaders or whatever, that are there. But even then, it gets to a point where it's like, if it's not entertaining, there's really nothing's going to make people want to, continually show up. You might show up every now and then, but I mean, shoot, if you think like some of these terrible sports teams that have trouble packing a stadium, professional teams, what makes you think, beach volleyball uniforms? Yeah, maybe.
Which, by the way, that like some
it feels like a
teams
lot
are
of these
trying to change that around too. They're like, we don't want to wear any more bikinis. We want to wear more stuff that doesn't pop out. And it's like, you're no fun. Get out of here.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever you want to wear is fine. I mean, I'm glad that at least the NBA shorts, they don't have those freaking short bicycle shorts anymore. It's like I don't want to see that.
Like for the men.
Yeah. So whatever. I mean,
I don't think I'm a woman, and I think that they look awful too. I'm not like I'm not a huge fan of those tiny shorts.
Yeah,
they didn't look right.
But whatever. I don't know. I remember going to the Pistons parade when they won in 2004. And my friend and I, we were taking a graphic design class, and we just walked out of the class. He's like, "Where are you guys going?" I'm like, "Oh, we're going to the Pistons parade." And it was just kind of like, it was pretty much like, we showed up for about like half the class, and he's like, "Okay."
Yeah,
just like
I would assume it's pretty acceptable because it's like it's like everyone's gonna go anyways.
Well, we were the only ones in the class that did, but it's just
really?
we probably shouldn't even have went to class to begin with. I don't know if we had to turn an assignment or something, but it was just like, he was just like, "Oh, okay." It wasn't like we're paying for the class, so there's really nothing that we could get threatened with, I guess.
Oh my!
But it was an accelerated course. It was an 8-week course.
That's
the course
funny.
was freaking crazy.
Cavatanio says only professional basketball team in Seattle are the Storm after the Supersonics were stolen. Wait,
That's
do
sad.
they have a new team now? I heard they're gonna bring back the Sonics.
Really?
I don't know if that's true, but that was a while ago. Larry says Nina's a woman. You knew that. You knew that. I don't know if that's true though. I heard a rumor about that.
So wait, the Seattle Supersonics were just like discontinued, or what happened?
They got rid of the team. They got bought
Weird.
out.
By
I forget. Sonics went to it was kind of like Vancouver.
they changed the name?
Yeah.
Okay, Vancouver Grizzlies.
It's like the Vancouver Grizzlies went to like the Memphis Grizzlies. Remember that?
Oh, okay.
OKC. There you go. Thank you. I knew that.
I guess there wasn't just a big enough market for Vancouver.
When the Grizzlies thing happened,
Yeah.
they were like, "Oh, we have the Toronto
They got
Raptors.
one in
That's
Toronto.
good enough."
Yeah.
Which was really sad because I was from Vancouver and I was like, "What the fuck, man?
Well,
I want my own team."
now they got to root for Toronto.
Yeah, we have like freaking 6 or 7 hockey teams, and we can't have 2 basketball teams.
It's hockey country. Just
I know
is.
nobody cares about half the hockey teams either. It's like, DJ Scandal says, but Seattle returned all the rights to the original team name and history via lawsuit. That's true. That's why they didn't keep the name. That's why they became the Oklahoma City Thunder.
I mean, that's the thing where, again, the market, if there's not a big enough market, well, tough luck. But the WNBA, well, we got to support. We got to support them because they're women. That's what it all boils down to. And it's just like,
That's so annoying. I hate that. I hate being supported because, because you're a woman, here's some support. Like, it's like, that's so insultive. It's like, fuck you.
well, I mean, that's just my thing about the WNBA.
No,
Like,
you're right, though.
If you can't make it, I mean, I think it's different if, in a marriage context, like.
I think you're right on a lot of senses, though, John. It's not just about the WNBA. It's about a lot of things. It's like, oh, like women get all the special treatment because they're women. And it's like, I don't need special treatment because I'm a woman. I want to be treated equally. And then when you say like, you want to be treated equally, then they don't actually treat you equally because they're like, you deserve more because you're a woman. And like all this, it's just weird.
Yeah, well, it's a tricky thing, and I think it confuses a lot of guys because on one hand, women want to be independent, but on the other hand, women want to be taken care of, and it's kind of like it's just it can be extremely yeah, it's just confusing because it used to be like women just wanted to be taken care of, like women. The idea of being independent wasn't even a part of the conversation or anything. And I just, to some extent, I think this whole independence thing is the reason why a lot of women are single, a lot of men are single. It's just, it's like women they kind of want it both ways. When it's convenient for them, like when it's convenient for them, they want to be independent. When it's convenient for them, they want to be taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, it's kind of annoying. I don't know how else to put it. It's just like, if you're one way or the other, at least you kind of know where they stand. Like if a woman just wants to be a housewife and take care of the kids, and that's like what she feels like her calling is in life and what she wants to do. Like, that's good just to know that, but, or if a woman is completely independent and that is something she values that. And she, when they're either one way or the other, but it's just kind of like this, I don't know. Sometimes it just feels like, I feel like women are already confusing enough. So when you start putting in those two dynamics, and it's like,
I feel you, man.
What the fuck do you want?
I feel you because I'm confused too. It's not just you. Like, I'm confused about all of it.
Yeah. I mean, hey, it's fine. It's fine if, I think it's confusing for women growing up now too, because now you're told
It is. It's very confusing.
you should be independent. You don't need a man and all this shit. And but on the other hand, like there's
Well, and
still
then
a
you
part of
hear
women
things
that
like-
want to be, they like the chivalry and they like, I
Well,
think
and-
women are already like they're kind of divided.
Well, and then you hear things like, oh, like the first ever 4-star female admiral for the health fucking whatever has been assigned, and it's like,
That's not even a fucking woman.
it's
No.
I don't even know what to say.
I don't know if I should say it out loud because
Wait, I was looking for my clip of it. Hold on. We don't have to say anything. Austin Powers will say it for us. There it is.
This is my mother, Mrs. Exposition.
How do you do?
Austin! My God, man, what have you done?
That's not your mother, it's a man, baby!
Yeah! Come on! Why won't this wig come off?
she's really good at selling it too. Like
So good. But I'm telling you, it's like, so these little girls are growing up and they're like, oh, like this is the first female like health official thing, like the 4-star admiral. But it's a woman, isn't it? No, it isn't.
not biologically, but you can't say it, right?
It's like all these dudes are stealing stuff from women now, and they're like,
Yeah, that's not.
"Yay,
that's not-
women!"
yeah, it's like
Like,
what?
what? You're-
Yeah, some guy beats the shit out of a woman in wrestling, and it's like
It's, like,
trans.
celebrated.
Yeah,
Yeah, like first, like
like
trans this, and oh my god, I can't with this shit anymore, man. I just can't.
like no, I think that was abuse. I think that was
That was legit, like
like
woman beating.
yeah.
Yeah,
the
and
wizard
MMA
joked around about it, but
Yeah,
yeah.
but the wizard, I don't think he was willing to commit to like transform into a woman and then get in the ring.
That would have been some wizardry.
Anyways, I think it's enough. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in tonight. It was a wonderful night with Kelly. Next week, Eric July is going to be here, and this is going to be an amazing show. I cannot
there.
wait
Or be square.
to just get it. Like, just
Should have
talk that
freaking
guy
left my
for 5
comics
minutes.
up,
I know.
if I knew he was going to be.
Now you're going to put
Right.
them back up, aren't you?
It's going to take a lot of work, and I got to get the sticky tack and everything. I'm probably not.
No. Just
Maybe I'll get
some posters.
something in the background.
Yeah, get some posters.
Maybe I'll get a picture of me, and it'll just be like this infinite,
It's like a picture of John
picture
going like this.
in the back. Yeah, like what's his face? Napoleon Dynamite's brother.
Yeah.
Now picture you're surrounded by a bunch of seahorses.
Or you could
No.
get like I don't know why I just
Tip
thought
for
about this, but you could get like a picture of Kennedy. Like John F. Kennedy, like that real cool picture he has.
Why John F. Kennedy?
Just because, like you're I don't know, you're just an educated man. I have no idea. It makes no sense. My brain makes no sense.
I'll get some. I don't know.
Like a
Maybe-
president, a cool president. I don't know.
I'll
JFK
get a
was the
picture of
coolest
Joe Biden.
president. No, don't do that. For the love of God, don't do. I don't want to look at Joe Biden while I'm looking at you.
Like falling down the stairs or falling up the stairs or
Okay.
giving one of his inspirational speeches.
Oh God, Nixon. Okay, Nixon would be funny. Like he's like, I'm not a crook.
Not a crook. Not a crook.
God,
Not a
that
crook.
that guy was such a crook.
But I am a crook. Yeah, probably every U.S. president to some extent is a crook.
Oh my God. Is Bill Clinton okay?
I don't know. He's in the hospital, isn't he?
Yeah, but I haven't heard any updates at all. Like, I heard he's in the hospital, and then I haven't heard anything.
I mean, I guess no news is news.
Yeah, there you go. You can get like a "Let's Go Brandon" banner.
That's not a bad idea, actually.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. I do have my Let's Go Brandon shirt coming in pretty soon.
Perfect.
So, yeah.
You
Do
can
something.
get get a whole bunch and then cut them and then put them on your wall.
How about I fold them and put them in a frame at least?
Oh, there
Could
you
do
go.
that.
Then that
Might be a
way
little
you
bit
can use
better.
them later on.
Yeah.
Oh, apparently there is an update.
Oh,
He's out of the hospital.
Okay.
Oh, that's too bad. I mean, that's great. Okay, yeah. So, anyways, next week, Eric July, Young Ripa, he's gonna be here. It's gonna be so much fun. Everybody tune in next Wednesday, 10 Eastern. It's gonna be a lot of
Do
fun.
it. Do it.
Thank you everybody for hanging out tonight.
Love y'all.
If you just press the like, shared the stream, thank you. If you're like the mods out there, Kaylee was here, she was amazing. Ancient One, you guys are awesome. The mods are absolutely fantastic. Love you, chat. If you super chatted, thank you so much. You guys rock. Yeah, so we will see you next week on Infinite Talk. Bye.
Take care.